What if the gods you worshipped were mere shadows of a hidden truth? Beneath the bustling streets of ancient Rome, a clandestine cult thrived in secrecy, its rituals woven into the fabric of the empire. At the stroke of midnight, in dimly lit caverns adorned with astrological symbols, the faithful gathered, their chants echoing against the stone walls like a haunting call to arms. Here, in the underground sanctuaries of Mithras, a figure cloaked in mystery awaited the faithful, poised to reveal the dark power that surged through the veins of this ancient city. The air hung heavy with the scent of incense and the promise of something otherworldly. Initiates, trembling with anticipation, huddled in the shadows, their hearts racing. What truths lay beyond these sacred walls? Each flickering torch illuminated the faces of men from all walks of life, soldiers, merchants, and senators, united by an unquenchable thirst for enlightenment and influence. But what price would they pay for their ascendance? As the ceremonial daggers gleamed in the torchlight, the tension thickened, a palpable electricity that set their nerves alight. Unseen eyes watched from the darkness, witnesses to a pact sworn in blood. Would they emerge as champions of a new age, or would they plunge into a chasm of betrayal and fear? The whispers of old gods collided with the ambitions of a new religion, and the very fate of Rome hung in the balance. In the distance, the call of the Great Mother echoed, a reminder of the world above, where emperors ruled and legacies were built upon the ashes of the fallen. Yet here, beneath the surface, the cultists surrendered their identities to the will of Mithras. Their devotion was both a refuge and a prison, binding them to a destiny entwined with power and peril, as they sought the ultimate truth, salvation or damnation. Each initiation ceremony was a step deeper into the abyss. With every oath sworn, every secret shared, the stakes rose higher. The fervor of belief clashed with the chill of uncertainty. Were they mere pawns in a cosmic game, or were they destined to challenge the very foundations of the empire? As whispers of dissent began to creep among the ranks, the fragile unity threatened to shatter, leaving behind a trail of suspicion and betrayal. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, each grain a moment closer to an inevitable showdown. The cult's influence grew, intertwining with the political machinations of Rome, until the question became not if their beliefs would be exposed, but when. Shadows lengthened, and the walls closed in, marking the beginning of a reckoning that would resonate through time. What legacies would be forged in the crucible of faith? What dark secrets would rise to the surface, and who would emerge unscathed? The cult, a paradox of light and darkness, teetered on the brink, waiting for the moment when the truth could no longer remain hidden, and the world above could no longer ignore the tremors shaking its foundation. The night was alive with possibilities, and the hour of revelation approached, poised to alter the course of history forever. In a dimly lit cave, flickering shadows danced on the walls, casting unsettling shapes that whispered of ancient rituals and long-forgotten prayers. The air was thick with an unshakable tension, the silence punctuated only by the distant sounds of the outside world, a world unaware of the transformative power unfolding within the stone walls. Here, in the heart of the Roman Empire, men gathered in secret, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of oil lamps. They were bound not by blood, but by a shared belief that pulsed through their veins like fire. This was the birthplace of Mithraism, a cult whose origins were steeped in mystery and shrouded in intrigue. The mythic figure at the center of it all was Mithras, a god whose very essence was forged in the crucible of ancient cultures. His story began far from the bustling streets of Rome, in the sun-kissed lands of Persia, where he was known as Mitra, a deity of light and truth. As the sun rose high, casting golden rays over the rugged mountains, the people came to see him as a protector, a guardian who stood against chaos and darkness. The sun's warmth became a symbol of his divine power, and his image, often depicted slaying a bull, represented life, death, and rebirth. As time flowed like a river, the worship of Mithras crossed borders and swept through empires. When the Romans encountered this foreign god, they were entranced. What was it about this figure that ignited such fervor? The mysteries surrounding Mithras resonated with their own yearning for meaning and connection. The Romans were captivated by the rituals, the fraternal bonds, and the promise of salvation that swirled around this enigmatic deity. In the bustling marketplaces of Rome, merchants would whisper tales of the sacred mysteries, stories of initiation, of a secret brotherhood that promised eternal life. The buzz of excitement was palpable as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and red. Men in togas gathered in small groups, trading not only goods but ideas, and within these conversations, the seeds of Mithraism were sown. The rituals that drew men into the fold were nothing short of electrifying. Imagine standing within a hidden temple, the scent of incense filling the air, as a high priest, adorned in flowing robes, led the initiates through a series of sacred rites. The pounding of drums reverberated in their chests, heightening the sense of the divine presence. Each step deeper into the temple was a step closer to rebirth, a shedding of the mundane life that awaited them outside. The initiation poured cold water over their souls, washing away doubts and fears. They were reborn into the light of Mithras, part of a brotherhood that transcended social classes and backgrounds. But it wasn't just the rituals that captivated the hearts of men. It was the essence of Mithras himself. Here was a god who embodied strength, loyalty, and sacrifice. He was a protector of the weak, a warrior who stood boldly against the darkness. The men who worshipped him saw in him a reflection of their own desires, aspirations, and struggles. They gathered not only in temples but in the quiet corners of their lives, sharing stories and dreams under the cloak of night. As the sun rose each day, illuminating the vastness of the Roman Empire, the numbers of Mithras's followers swelled. They were soldiers, merchants, and even senators, each drawn by the magnetic pull of the mysteries and the promise of a life beyond death. The bond they shared was unique, forged in the fires of shared experiences and a common goal. They believed they were chosen, marked by the blood of the bull that Mithras had slain, a symbol of their own sacrifices on this earth. Though the origins of Mithraism were rooted in ancient Persia, its adaptation within the Roman Empire was brilliant. The Romans, masters of cultural integration, wove Mithraism into the very fabric of their society. They constructed elaborate temples, adorned with intricate reliefs depicting the god in action, slaying the bull, surrounded by the celestial bodies, the sun and moon, in a celestial dance of life and death. Each carving told a story, inviting the viewer to step closer, to feel the raw power of the deity depicted. Yet, beneath the surface of this enthusiastic embrace, there were shadows. As Christianity began to rise, challenging the pantheon of Roman gods, Mithraism found itself under threat. The day was approaching when the flickering lamps in those sacred caves would extinguish, and the echo of brotherly laughter would fade into memory. The tension between these faiths created a charged atmosphere, a battleground where ideas clashed like swords. In the streets of Rome, debates raged like wildfires. The followers of Mithras, steadfast in their beliefs, refused to be silenced. They concealed their gatherings, continuing rituals under the cover of darkness, their spirit unbroken. The pulse of Mithraism throbbed on, a hidden heartbeat beneath the sprawling city, waiting for a moment to rise again. As the shadows lengthened, a sense of urgency filled the air. The question lingered like a haunting melody. Would Mithras endure the trials ahead? The men who had gathered in those sacred caves felt the weight of destiny on their shoulders. They could sense the tides of change, but they clung fiercely to their beliefs, their brotherhood, and the promise of a brighter tomorrow. Each initiation, each secret shared, was a testament to their unwavering faith, a faith that echoed in the sacred hearts of those who dared to believe. And so, as the sun set over the ancient land, the flames of Mithraism flickered on, casting long shadows that intertwined with the fabric of time. The story was far from over. It was merely the beginning of a new chapter, waiting to unfold in the annals of history. The threads of belief, friendship, and mystery would weave together, guiding them on an uncharted path, always beckoning them to step further into the light. A flickering torchlight dances on the cold, stone walls of a hidden chamber beneath the ancient city of Persepolis. Shadows stretch and twist, revealing carvings that have whispered secrets for millennia. Here, the air is thick with the scent of incense and the murmurs of long-forgotten rituals. Among these stones, the spirit of Mithras stirs, a silent guardian of ancient truths waiting for the curious to uncover his tale. Mithras, often depicted with a lion's strength and a soldier's valor, is not simply a figure from the past. He is a bridge connecting two great traditions: the resolute Zoroastrianism of Persia and the burgeoning mystery religions of the Roman Empire. As day breaks over the rugged mountains that cradle the Persian heartland, the sun spills golden light over the temples dedicated to Ahura Mazda, the supreme god of Zoroastrianism. Yet, within these sacred spaces, whispers of Mithras linger, hinting at a deeper, intertwining legacy. In Zoroastrianism, the importance of duality resonates through the teachings of Zoroaster himself. The eternal battle between light and darkness reflects in the soul of Mithras, a being who embodies the triumph of good over evil. It is said that he slays the celestial bull, a symbol of life and fertility, in a dramatic act that not only sustains the world but also creates a cosmic connection between the divine and humanity. The blood of the bull, spilling onto the earth, becomes the very essence of agriculture and prosperity, a gift to mankind that echoes through the ages. But Mithras is more than just a figure of strength. He represents the unyielding bond between man and the divine. In the ancient Persian rituals, initiated men would gather in darkened chambers to partake in sacred rites, where the mysteries of life and death were revealed under the watchful gaze of Mithras. Each act, each chant, reverberated with the energy of the cosmos, creating a palpable tension that hung in the air. The initiates, clad in simple tunics, would feel the rush of adrenaline as they embraced the essence of Mithras, seeking divine favor in their earthly endeavors. As the sun sets behind the jagged peaks, the once vibrant colors of the day fade into twilight, giving rise to an eerie silence. It is in this stillness that the conflict between light and darkness becomes most pronounced. In the shadows of the sacred Zoroastrian temples, the followers of Ahura Mazda invoke the name of Mithras, hoping to harness his strength against the encroaching forces of Ahriman, the embodiment of chaos and darkness. The tension crackles in the air, and the stories of Mithras' bravery echo through the ages as a call to arms against despair. Histories intertwine as the Persian Empire expands, its vast territories brushing against the fringes of the Hellenistic world. The tales of Mithras cross borders, carried by soldiers, traders, and wanderers, weaving through the fabric of cultures. As the Romans encounter this enigmatic figure, they are captivated. They find in Mithras not just a warrior but a savior, a guide through the dark passages of existence. They build temples dedicated to him, in cities like Rome and Ostia, creating an underground network of worship that pulsates with fervor. In these Roman temples, the imagery of Mithras slaying the bull transforms, taking on new layers of meaning. No longer merely an act of violence, it becomes a sacred rite, a symbol of rebirth and renewal. The initiates, cloaked in mystery, gather in dimly lit halls, their hearts beating in sync with the rhythm of an ancient drum. They chant invocations, and the air thickens with anticipation as they prepare to partake in the sacred meal, sharing bread and wine as a representation of Mithras' divine sacrifice. The allure of Mithras stretches beyond mere symbolism. It captivates the hearts of those searching for meaning in a chaotic world. As dusk settles into night, the flickering flames illuminate faces filled with awe and reverence. The echoes of ancient hymns resonate, weaving together Zoroastrian ideals with the fervent hopes of a people yearning for connection. Each rite, each gathering, binds them closer to the celestial forces at play, drawing them deeper into the mystery that Mithras embodies. In a corner of the chamber, an aged priest recounts the stories of old, his voice trembling with the weight of history. The eyes of his audience widen in anticipation, hearts racing as they lean in, eager to grasp the threads of knowledge that unravel before them. The narratives of divine battles, of friendships forged in the light of the sun, and the eternal struggle against darkness weave together a tapestry that transcends time. The power of Mithras resonates within their souls, igniting a flame that connects them to their ancestors, to the earth, and to the stars above. As the last ember of the fire flickers and dies, a lingering silence envelopes the chamber. It is a silence heavy with unspoken truths and the promise of transformation. The followers rise, their spirits uplifted, knowing they carry within them the essence of Mithras, a courageous heart ready to confront the shadows that loom over their lives. With each step, they tread the path of light, fortified by the ancient bond that ties them to a legacy that is as alive today as it was centuries ago. And thus, the whispers of Mithras continue to echo through the ages, a reminder of the enduring connection between heaven and earth, between the light of the divine and the darkness of human experience. The flicker of hope, the pulse of life, and the promise of renewal remain ever present, waiting for the next seeker to heed the call and embrace the powerful legacy that is Mithras. The night deepens, yet the story is far from over, as the shadows continue to dance, hinting at the mysteries that still lie ahead. The sun hung low over the bustling streets of Rome, casting long shadows that danced along the cobblestones. As the golden rays filtered through the columns of the grand temples, the air crackled with a mixture of excitement and tension. Here, in this colossal city that pulsed with life, faith was not merely a private affair. It was woven into the very fabric of existence, binding together a diverse tapestry of beliefs, hopes, and fears. Citizens shuffled past the Temple of Jupiter, the air thick with incense and the scent of sacrifice. The towering structure, with its majestic columns, stood as a testament to Roman power and divine favor. Worshippers gathered outside, their voices united in prayer, their faces reflecting a blend of devotion and desperation. They sought reassurance from their gods, yearning for blessings in a world that felt increasingly unpredictable. Little did they know that the gods they worshipped had begun to grow distant. Their presence felt less in daily life and more in whispered fears. Amidst this fervor, a subtle and powerful tide was rising. The teachings of a man named Jesus had begun to ripple through the streets, igniting sparks of hope in the hearts of the oppressed. His message, simple yet profound, echoed through the dusty alleys and crowded marketplaces. "Love one another," he said, "as I have loved you." The words fell gently upon the ears of the downtrodden, filling them with a warmth that had long been absent from the harsh realities of their lives. The stirrings of this new faith were not without consequences. As more and more people turned to the teachings of Jesus, the established religions of Rome began to tremble. The traditional polytheistic practices that had held sway for centuries were now questioned. The temple priests, guardians of ancient rituals, watched with growing unease. They had spent lifetimes ensuring that the favor of the gods was secured through sacrifice and ceremony, and now they saw their sacred authority slipping away. In homes, whispered discussions took place in the flickering light of oil lamps. Families debated the meaning of the new teachings, grappling with the idea that a single, loving God could replace the multitude of gods they had worshipped for generations. What would happen to their ancestors' spirits? What of the countless deities that had once provided solace in times of despair? Questions hung heavy in the air, mingling with the scent of burning oil and the sweetness of bread. Yet, the allure of this new faith was undeniable. Embraced by the marginalized, the followers of Jesus found community in shared meals and stories of hope. They gathered in secret, overcoming fear of persecution, their hearts beating in time with the rhythm of a faith that promised transformation. Yet with every gathering came the threat of discovery. The Roman authorities were vigilant, their eyes sharp for any sign of dissent. The very act of believing had become a dangerous game. On the streets of Rome, tensions reached a boiling point. The fierce loyalty of the populace to traditional gods clashed violently with the burgeoning faith. Riots erupted, echoes of prayer mingling with cries of anger. The spectacle of sacrifice in the temples became a desperate attempt to appease the gods, a reminder of the stakes at play. Citizens clung to their idols, clenching their fists around offerings meant to ensure divine protection, while others, emboldened by newfound faith, boldly proclaimed their beliefs in the face of hostility. As the clashes grew fiercer, so too did the resolve of the early Christians. They faced unimaginable consequences for their beliefs. Imprisonment, torture, and death awaited those who dared to defy the status quo. Yet, within their hearts burned an unquenchable fire. They believed in a resurrection that promised life beyond the grave, a hope that transcended the cruelty of this world. The resolve of a martyr, who faced death with a prayer on his lips, echoed the teachings of Jesus' love, even in the face of hatred. In the shadows, a figure observed the chaos, the Apostle Paul. His heart raced as he witnessed the transformative power of faith. He moved through the throngs of people, speaking passionately about salvation, urging others to embrace the message that had changed his life. Each word was a thread, weaving together the stories of believers from different walks of life into a single, vibrant tapestry. The air around him crackled with possibility, and he felt the weight of history pressing upon his shoulders, urging him onward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the city into twilight, the citizens of Rome were left grappling with their beliefs. The echoes of laughter and anger collided in the streets, creating a haunting symphony of uncertainty. The gods of old seemed to recede into the shadows while the followers of the new faith stepped boldly into the light. Their whispers of love and hope clashed against the cries of anger and despair, a cacophony that reverberated through the city, leaving an indelible mark on its soul. The tension stretched thin as the first stars blinked into existence, shimmering like distant prayers. Rome stood on the brink of transformation, caught between cherished traditions and the pulse of a new faith. The air was thick with anticipation, and the streets buzzed with the promise of change. What lay ahead was unclear, yet the journey had only just begun. In the shadows, the first seeds of a movement were taking root, ready to challenge the very foundations of an empire. The heart of Rome, once so steadfast, now beat with a new rhythm, echoing with the winds of change that would soon sweep across the empire. In the silence of ancient chambers, where the flicker of torchlight dances across rough stone walls, the air vibrates with whispers of a god both fierce and nurturing. Mithras, the bull slayer, stands at the intersection of myth and reality, draped in the rich tapestry of Roman mystery religions. His image, powerful and captivating, stirs an inexplicable longing in the hearts of believers. As one gazes upon the reliefs and frescoes that portray him in various stages of his epic saga, a chill runs down the spine. The moment one spots the striking imagery of Mithras, a young man with a Phrygian cap, plunging a dagger into the neck of a mighty bull, the pulse quickens. The scene is not just a tale of violence. It's imbued with layers of meaning, each stroke of the artist's chisel revealing a rich narrative of life, death, and rebirth. The bull, huge and majestic, represents the raw power of nature, the chaos of the world that must be tamed. Yet, in this moment of sacrifice, where blood spills onto the earth, something profound occurs. It's not merely a slaughter. It's a cosmic act, a foundation for new beginnings. The earth drinks the blood of the bull, and from it springs forth the wheat and vine, symbols of nourishment and the cycle of life. Observers are left breathless by the reminder of their own mortality and the promise of renewal. Around Mithras, a mesmerizing host of symbols flourishes. The serpent, coiled and poised, embodies wisdom and transformation. The scorpion lurks, a reminder of danger and betrayal, while the dog, ever loyal, represents companionship in the journey through darkness. Each figure is layered with meaning, evoking emotions of hope, fear, loyalty, and the quest for enlightenment. The presence of the sun god's soul, often depicted alongside Mithras, amplifies the tension. Soul's warm glow juxtaposes with the chill of the cave, symbolizing the eternal battle between light and darkness. In these sacred spaces, where followers gathered to partake in secretive rituals, one could feel the intensity of shared belief. The air was thick with incense, and the low murmur of prayers reverberated against the stone. The atmosphere crackled with the thrill of the unknown, a sense that something great was about to unfold. Shadows danced as flickering flames cast haunting shapes that brought the scenes of the myth to life. The initiation rites were not just ceremonies. They were transformative experiences. New members, trembling with anticipation, would descend into the darkness of the temple, mirroring the journey of the soul through trials and tribulations. The imagery of Mithras slaying the bull resonated deeply, echoing their own struggles in life. This was more than worship. It was a visceral connection to a myth that spoke of triumph over chaos and the promise of resurrection. Beneath the ground, where the light of day never reached, the symbolism of rebirth was almost palpable. The act of shedding one's old self to be reborn anew as a Mithraic initiate mirrored the bull's blood nourishing the earth. Mystical experiences awaited those who dared to embrace the unknown. Each participant emerged from the darkness marked by an understanding that they had crossed a threshold, bonded by a shared journey into the depths of human existence. The iconography of Mithras was not just confined to the caves. It spread across the Roman Empire, with each new locale adding its own flavor to the myth. Murals and carvings depicted Mithras in combat, a hero standing tall against the forces of the universe. The power of the imagery lay in its universality. Every viewer could find a piece of themselves in the struggle, in the victory, in the glory of light triumphing over darkness. Every detail mattered. The way Mithras's muscles rippled with effort as he drove the dagger deep, the fierce determination in his eyes, the moment frozen in time that echoed the struggles of every believer. These images weren't mere art. They were a collage of emotions, inviting countless souls to confront their own challenges and to emerge victorious, much like their god. As one stands in front of these depictions, a sense of camaraderie washes over them. The followers of Mithras, united in their devotion, felt the weight of shared secrets and sacred vows. The symbolism of the god's story intertwined with their own stories, drawing them into a narrative where they too could become heroes. This emotional connection forged a bond, a collective heartbeat that resonated through the ages, echoing in the hearts of all who believed. In the depths of the sanctuaries, the rituals unfolded like a tapestry, rich with meaning and layered with symbolism. The communal feasts brought followers together, celebrating their connection to Mithras and to one another. The shared bread and wine, symbols of life and sacrifice, became a testament to their beliefs. Each bite, each sip, echoed the promise of resurrection and the cycle of life, binding them as a family under the watchful eye of their god. The imagery of Mithras transcended mere decoration. It became a language of the soul. The sun rays pouring down upon him in reliefs evoke warmth, the promise of hope, as if to say, "You are never alone." This symbolism empowered individuals to face their fears, to delve into the trials of existence, with the knowledge that they were part of something larger. The emotional weight of such connection is hard to articulate, yet it resonates deeply within each initiate. As the ritual days unfolded, the excitement grew. The initiates, cloaked in the shroud of mystery, eagerly awaited the final transformation. Hearts raced. Anticipation was electric. They were on the brink of embracing the divine, of entering a realm that promised enlightenment and the strength to face life's trials. The symbols of Mithras, the stories etched in stone, the rituals whispered in hushed tones, all combined to create an experience that lingered in the air long after the torches flickered out. Each story, each symbol, breathed life into the ancient belief system, compelling believers to plunge deeper into their faith. The cycle of death and rebirth, the eternal struggle of light against dark, continued to resonate long after the last participant had exited the sacred space, leaving behind only the remnants of their emotional journey. And so, the tale of Mithras continues to ripple through time, a timeless narrative interwoven with the lives of those who dared to dream, to fight, and to find solace in the shadowed corridors of ancient temples. The echoes of their devotion, vibrant and alive, linger on, waiting for the next soul to discover the magic hidden within the symbols. The journey does not end here. It only transforms, ready to take on new shapes in the ever-evolving landscape of belief. The air crackled with anticipation as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and crimson. In a sacred cavern, dimly lit by flickering torches, shadows danced on the stone walls, whispering ancient tales of power, sacrifice, and rebirth. In the center of this hallowed space lay a lifelike statue of a bull, the embodiment of strength and vitality, revered and feared in equal measure. This was not merely an animal. It was a symbol, a vessel of divine energy, central to the mystery of tauroctony. The tauroctony, the ritualistic depiction of the bull being slain, served as a profound allegory of transformation. As the bull fell, it represented the death of the old self, the shedding of past burdens. The figure of the bull, with its powerful muscles and fierce gaze, was not just a brute. It was the promise of renewal, an invitation into the sacred mysteries of life and death. In the dim light, the statue seemed to pulsate with life, each curve and contour echoing the heartbeat of the universe. Around this central figure, the followers gathered, their expressions a tapestry of fear, reverence, and hope. Every participant understood the gravity of the moment. They were not mere spectators but part of an ancient rite that connected them to the very essence of existence. The sight of the bull, majestic and grand, sent chills down their spines. Each flicker of the flame reflected their anticipation, their yearning for a glimpse of the divine. The bull was more than just a creature. It was a bridge between the earthly realm and the heavens. The ancient people believed that the bull's blood held the secrets of the cosmos, a life force that nourished the earth and the soul alike. To witness the tauroctony was to encounter the raw energy of creation, a dance of death that promised rebirth. The ground trembled with unspoken energy as they prepared for the ritual, each heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the universe. As the priest stepped forward, adorned in robes of deep crimson, the atmosphere shifted. He raised a dagger, its blade glinting ominously in the torchlight. The crowd held its breath, an electric tension filling the air, wrapping around each person like a vice. They were acutely aware that this was not just a performance. It was a profound act of faith, a testament to the cycle of life. Every gaze was fixed on the bull, as if it were a portal to another world, a realm of possibility teetering on the edge of existence. When the dagger pierced the flesh of the bull, gasps echoed throughout the cavern. It was a moment suspended in time, a shattering of the mundane, an unveiling of the sacred. Blood poured forth, rich and red, pooling on the stone floor, glistening in the flickering light. The bull's body convulsed, and the crowd felt a collective shudder as they bore witness to the primal act of sacrifice. Each drop of blood was a story, a memory, a promise of something greater than themselves. In that instant, the air was thick with the scent of sacrifice, a bittersweet aroma that mixed fear and hope. They felt the energy shift. It coursed through their veins, igniting their spirits. The bull's death was not just an ending but a beginning, a promise of transformation that resonated within each heart. They understood that this act of tauroctony connected them to their ancestors, to the very fabric of humanity that had revered the bull as a divine symbol for centuries. Beyond the immediate horror of the act lay a deeper significance. The bull had been a representation of fertility and strength, a guardian of the earth's bounty. Its sacrifice was a plea for the favor of the gods, a request for prosperity and protection. The followers knew that the life force released from the bull would seep into the soil, nourishing the crops and ensuring survival. They felt their connection to the earth deepen, their roots intertwining with the very essence of creation. As the ritual reached its climax, a sense of unity enveloped the group. They were no longer individuals. They had become one body, one spirit, bound by their shared experience. The power of the tauroctony transcended time, linking their present moment to the ancient past. They were part of a legacy, inheritors of a sacred duty that transcended generations. This was a calling, a reminder that life, death, and rebirth were not just concepts, but the very essence of existence itself. The final moments of the rite unfolded with an intensity that was palpable. The priest raised his hands, and in that gesture, the crowd felt a surge of energy, a collective breath held in the chest of the universe. The bull lay still, but its spirit soared, transcending the physical realm. In death, it had become a conduit for the divine, a symbol of the eternal cycle that governed all life. Yet, as the last echoes of the chant faded into silence, a new tension crept into the air. The followers stood together, hearts racing, knowing that the tauroctony was only the beginning. The energy of the bull's sacrifice was alive, urging them forward into a world that awaited transformation. What awaited them beyond the walls of the cavern? Would they rise to the challenge, ready to carry the weight of their ancestors' legacy, or would they succumb to fear and doubt? The question lingered in the air, thick as the scent of blood and incense. The story of the bull was far from over. It had merely set the stage for what was to come. As the followers emerged from the shadows, a new dawn awaited them, shimmering with the promise of change, beckoning them to rise and embrace the journey ahead. In the dim light of a hidden chamber, the flicker of torches cast long shadows, dancing eerily across the stone walls. The air buzzed with an electric tension, thick enough to taste. Whispers of ancient chants echoed, reverberating through the sacred space, pulling one's heart into a rhythm steeped in age-old mystery. The sound of dripping water trickled softly in the background, punctuating the silence, a reminder of the passage of time in a world where secrets were both a privilege and a burden. Men clad in simple robes gathered in a tight circle, their faces masked with both anticipation and fear. Each of them had been summoned for a purpose they could hardly fathom, yet a flicker of belief ignited their souls. They were about to stand at the threshold of transformation, to step into a world that held knowledge beyond comprehension and power beyond measure. This was the moment they had trained for, the moment that would either elevate them into the embrace of the divine or cast them into darkness. The cult of Mithras, shrouded in secrecy, drew followers from across the Roman Empire, soldiers, merchants, and those in search of deeper meaning. They believed that in the act of initiation, they would not just join a brotherhood, but they would also fuse their souls with the cosmos itself. Each initiation ritual unfolded like a sacred play, filled with symbolism and profound significance, a rite that intertwined the physical and the spiritual. As the candidates lowered their heads, the high priest raised his arms, invoking the celestial powers. The atmosphere thickened with awe, and the men breathed in the musty scent of the ancient earth below them. Each initiation began in darkness, a descent into the depths of their own being. One by one, they were led into a subterranean grotto, the Mithraeum, where the stone walls seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The flickering torchlight revealed intricate carvings, depicting the god Mithras slaying the bull, a powerful image that symbolized rebirth and resurrection. It was here that they would confront their fears, their doubts, and their very humanity. To become a true initiate, the men would first endure a series of trials designed to test their resolve. They would suffer, they would bleed, and they would be reborn. The first trial was one of darkness, being blindfolded and left alone in the enclosure. Panic surged as they stumbled in the dark, their breaths quickening, hearts racing, as they fought against the primal fear of the unknown. It was a stark reminder that to embrace the light, one must first face the shadows lurking within. When the blindfolds were finally removed, they found themselves surrounded by their brothers, who now stood as silent witnesses to their struggle. The next stage required them to drink from a sacred cup, a potent mixture imbued with the essence of the divine. In that moment, they experienced a rush of enlightenment, visions cascading through their minds, revealing the interconnectedness of all things. The weight of the world lifted as they felt the heartbeat of the universe thrum in their veins, bringing them closer to Mithras. The final trial was the most harrowing. They would be symbolically buried in the earth, a representation of death and rebirth. As they lay in the darkness, the weight of the soil pressing down, they wrestled with their mortality. With every heartbeat, fear clawed at their insides, whispering doubts that threatened to drown them. But in the depths of despair, a flicker of hope ignited. A promise of resurrection awaited, a chance to rise anew as a brother of Mithras. As the last grains of dirt slipped through their fingers, the world above began to stir. The initiates were pulled back into the light, gasping for breath, reborn into a world that felt both familiar and strange. Cheers erupted from their fellow brothers, a chorus of validation echoing around them. They had faced the trials and emerged transformed, their souls forever altered by the experience. They were now part of something larger, a tapestry woven through time, bound by the shared knowledge that they were not alone in their struggles. Amidst the celebrations, the high priest led them in a ritual dance, their movements fluid and primal, echoing the ancient rites of old. The laughter mingled with the chants, a symphony of triumph that resonated in every corner of the Mithraeum. With every step, the initiates shed their past selves, feeling the exhilaration of unity with their brothers, a force that transcended the bounds of ordinary life. But the initiation was not just a passage into brotherhood. It came with a burden. The knowledge they now carried weighed heavily on their shoulders. They were entrusted with secrets that could not be spoken lightly. The mysteries of life, death, and the universe flowed through their veins. The flickering flames that had ignited their spirits also served as a reminder of the responsibilities they now bore. As they gathered in the aftermath of their initiation, a profound silence enveloped them. In this moment, they understood the fragility of life and the strength that lay in their unity. They had tasted the divine, and with it came the realization that they were forever changed. A shared gaze replaced words, a silent understanding that their journey was just beginning. While the echoes of their initiation ceremony still reverberated in their hearts, doubts crept in. Questions lingered in the air. What lay beyond the next trial? How would they navigate the world with the weight of their new knowledge? The Brotherhood would support them, yet the path ahead was unclear. Shadows of uncertainty loomed, but so did the light of hope, intertwining in a dance as old as time itself. Together, they would forge ahead, stepping bravely into a world that would challenge everything they thought they knew. Each initiate would carry with them the lessons learned in the dark, the bonds forged in the fires of transformation, and the whispered secrets of Mithras, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Their hearts beat as one, a rhythm echoing the eternal struggle between light and darkness. Unbeknownst to them, the next chapter was waiting, poised to reveal yet deeper mysteries hidden within the folds of their new existence. In a dimly lit chamber, flickering torches cast dancing shadows on the stone walls, whispering secrets of an ancient faith. The air is thick with anticipation, laden with the scent of incense, mingling with the musty aroma of centuries gone by. Here, beneath the surface of bustling Roman streets, men gathered in secret, their hearts pounding with a mix of fear and devotion. This was a sacred space, a Mithraeum, where the mysteries of the god Mithras unfolded in rituals that commanded respect and reverence. The architecture of these temples was unlike anything else in the Roman world. Built underground or within the catacombs, they embraced the darkness, a darkness that felt alive, almost sentient. Each Mithraeum, often small but meticulously designed, was a sanctuary carved from stone, its walls adorned with intricate reliefs depicting the heroic feats of Mithras slaying the bull. A sense of awe enveloped anyone who stepped inside. The breathtaking artistry immortalized the god's sacrifice, a symbol of life and rebirth that resonated deeply with its followers. Men, clad in simple tunics, would gather beneath the vaulted ceilings, their voices hushed, sharing a brotherhood bound by faith. The temples were sanctuaries of solace, places where they could escape the chaos of the Roman Empire, a refuge where they could embrace the divine. The ritualistic architecture was imbued with meaning, each element chosen to evoke a profound emotional response. The circular layout often mirrored the cosmos, representing the eternal cycle of life, death, and resurrection. Within these sacred spaces, the Mithras cult practiced a series of initiations, shrouded in secrecy. The initiation rites were intense, often involving tests of bravery and commitment. As candidates descended into the temple, they left behind the mundane world, stepping into a realm of divine mystery. The further they went, the more they felt the weight of generations before them, the presence of a shared belief that coursed through the stone itself. The air shimmered with anticipation, thick as the incense that hung heavily in the air. In the stillness of the temple, one could hear the echoes of chanting, voices rising and falling in a haunting melody that resonated with the very soul of the space. The flickering flames illuminated the faces of the faithful, their expressions a tapestry of devotion and fear. Each man faced his own trials, the fear of betrayal, the struggle with faith, and the hope for redemption. As they knelt before the altar, the weight of their prayers was palpable, a collective longing for connection to the divine. The striking imagery carved into the walls seemed to come alive as the candles flickered. The moment when Mithras emerged as the slayer of the bull was the pinnacle of their beliefs, a scene of both violence and beauty. The blood of the bull spilled forth, a potent symbol of life, nourishing the earth and granting the promise of salvation. The power of this act resonated through the ages, echoing in the hearts of those who stood witness in that sacred space. It was not merely a story. It was a cornerstone of their faith, invoking a chorus of emotions that surged through the air. The temples were not just places of worship. They were spaces of community, where bonds of brotherhood were forged in the dim light. Men from diverse backgrounds and cultures found unity in the mysteries of Mithras. They shared meals, celebrated victories, and consoled each other in times of despair. In these sacred gatherings, laughter mingled with solemnity, creating a complex tapestry of human experience. The architecture encapsulated this essence, the stones standing as silent witnesses to the joys and sorrows of countless souls. As the rituals continued, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. The final rite, known as the Sacrament of the Bull, culminated in a moment of transcendence. As each initiate plunged into the depths of the experience, they were enveloped in darkness, their senses heightened. They emerged reborn, cloaked in the warmth of a newfound purpose. The temple transformed into a sanctuary of enlightenment, a place where the divine touched the earthly. Yet, even in this sacred haven, shadows loomed. The secrecy surrounding the Mithraic rites fueled intrigue and suspicion among those outside the faith. The powerful Roman Empire, with its pantheon of gods, looked upon the followers of Mithras with a mixture of curiosity and disdain. The very essence of these temples, with their underground chambers and clandestine gatherings, sparked a tension that hung in the air. Would the light of Mithras endure, or would it be extinguished beneath the weight of persecution? The question loomed like a specter over the stone walls, as the faithful clung to their beliefs, drawing strength from the very spaces that had shaped their lives. The temples, with their sacred geometry and symbolic imagery, stood resilient against the tide of uncertainty. They were more than mere constructions of stone. They were bastions of hope, places where the human spirit soared amidst trials and tribulations. As the flickering lights dwindled, the echoes of ritual faded into the shadows, leaving behind a palpable sense of longing. The walls seemed to hum with stories, carrying the weight of dreams and fears that had been shared within. Each stone, each carving, was a testament to the devotion that thrived in the darkness. The sacred spaces remained, waiting for the next seeker, the next initiate to step forth and embrace the divine mysteries hidden within. The temples of Mithras continued to harbor their secrets, standing steadfastly against the ebb and flow of time. They stood as symbols of a faith that refused to be silenced, even when the world outside threatened to drown it out. Each chamber awaited the next soul ready to brave the depths, to confront their fears, and to find solace in the embrace of something greater than themselves. The heart of the Mithraic tradition beat on, entwined within the stones, echoing through the ages, forever inviting the devoted to return to its sacred embrace. In the dim light of a flickering candle, shadows danced on the walls of an ancient chamber, where whispers of the past echoed with a haunting familiarity. The air felt heavy with the weight of secrets, and an intoxicating mix of anticipation and fear washed over those brave enough to step into the unknown. Each flicker seemed to pulse with life, as if the very walls could speak of the souls who had tread this path before. The 7 degrees of initiation loomed before them, a labyrinth of trials, each one more daunting than the last, beckoning those yearning for enlightenment. The first degree was a test of will. A lone figure, shrouded in a dark cloak, stood at the entrance, heart racing like a drum in the silence. To pass, they had to confront their deepest fears, those shadows that whispered doubts into the mind. Stories told of those who had turned back, broken by the weight of their own insecurities. The air crackled with tension. The unrelenting urge to escape mingled with the burning desire to conquer. Courage, after all, was only recognized in the face of fear. The initiate took a breath, the scent of ancient wood and burning wax filling their lungs. With steady steps, they ventured forth, compelled by the promise of transformation. Each heartbeat echoed through the chamber as they faced the mirror, a reflection not just of their physical self but of their very essence. The eyes staring back were clouded with uncertainty, a reflection of the battles waged within. But there, in that moment, flickered a spark. The journey had begun. As the initiate passed through the first threshold, they entered the second degree, the trial of knowledge. Here, the air buzzed with the energy of centuries-old wisdom, guarded by ethereal beings who challenged the initiate's understanding of the universe. Riddles spun from the fabric of creation itself filled the space, each one a key to unlocking truths hidden in the labyrinth of existence. The initiate felt the pull of time, the weight of ages pressing against their soul. Old scrolls unfurled in the air, revealing the secrets of the ancients. Each word resonated like a heartbeat, awakening a longing to know. In a corner, a scholar from a bygone era, eyes alight with the flame of understanding, offered guidance. "Knowledge is power," he murmured, "but only if one dares to wield it." The initiate's mind raced. Answers were tantalizingly close, yet the cost of failure loomed large. With every question answered, the stakes grew higher, and the thirst for enlightenment became an unquenchable fire. The third degree, the trial of emotion, awaited. Here, the initiate stood in a vast hall, surrounded by echoes of joy, sorrow, love, and betrayal. Each emotion surged like a tidal wave, crashing against their spirit. Memories flooded in, faces of loved ones flashing through their mind. Some smiles, some tears. The power of emotion was a double-edged sword, capable of lifting one to the heavens or dragging one into the depths of despair. As the initiate grappled with their feelings, they found a surprising ally in vulnerability. To embrace the spectrum of human experience became their greatest strength. Time seemed to warp in that moment. The walls reverberated with cries of joy and lament, and the initiate was transported back to pivotal moments in their past, where choices had shaped their destiny. It was here that they learned that true enlightenment does not lie in repressing emotions but in acknowledging and understanding them. A newfound clarity broke through the chaos, illuminating the path ahead. The fourth degree brought the trial of spirit, a harrowing confrontation with the essence of existence itself. Here, the initiate faced beings of light, ethereal yet deeply rooted in reality. They questioned the very fabric of belief, challenging the initiate to confront the foundations of their faith. Doubts and certainties intertwined like a dance, swirling around the initiate's mind. Voices from beyond echoed, urging them to question everything, to seek the truth that lay buried beneath layers of dogma and tradition. In this sacred space, revelations unfolded like petals of a blooming flower. The initiate realized that enlightenment was not a singular truth but a tapestry woven from myriad threads of experience, belief, and intuition. The spirit soared, feeling the connection to every living thing, every heartbeat resonating with a shared purpose. As the fifth degree approached, the trial of intention awaited, demanding purity of heart and clarity of purpose. The initiate entered a chamber filled with mirrors, each reflecting not just their image but their intentions. Whispers of the past echoed here too, reminding them that even the noblest intentions could be clouded by selfish desires. The weight of every choice loomed large, yet the initiate felt an undeniable surge of determination. In that moment, they understood that true power lay not in the act itself but in the intention behind it. The sixth degree beckoned, the trial of action. The initiate was swept into a whirlwind of tasks and responsibilities, each one a reflection of their resolve. The world outside became a blur as they were thrown into a series of challenges, demanding not just physical strength, but mental fortitude and unwavering focus. With each obstacle overcome, the initiate felt the pulse of life quickening, as if the very essence of existence was urging them onward. Finally, the seventh and highest degree emerged, the trial of unity. In this sacred space, the barriers between self and other began to dissolve. The initiate felt the weight of their journey resting upon them, the culmination of every step taken. In this moment, the truth of interconnectedness washed over them like a cleansing wave. They realized that enlightenment was not just an individual pursuit but a shared experience, a collective awakening of consciousness. As they stood on the precipice of transformation, the initiate felt the world around them shift. The whispers of the ancients echoed louder, intertwining with the heartbeat of the universe. It was a call to share their light, to carry forth the wisdom gained through trials and tribulations. The journey had shaped them, yes, but it was only the beginning of a greater path, one that would lead to a deeper understanding of existence itself. The candle flickered one last time, casting the room into shadows, then erupted to a brilliant light, illuminating the path ahead. With each breath filled with purpose, the initiate stepped forward, ready to embrace the next chapter of their journey, leaving behind the chamber of initiation but carrying its lessons etched into their soul, forever intertwined with the fabric of the cosmos. In the dim glow of flickering torches, shadows danced across the stone walls of a hidden temple, a sacred place where the air buzzed with anticipation. Here, believers whispered prayers, their voices filled with hope and fear, longing for a connection to the divine. At the center of this spiritual charge stood Mithras, a figure both powerful and enigmatic, embodying the delicate balance between gods and mortals. The tension in the air was thick, as if the fabric of reality itself quivered under the weight of their prayers. Mithras was not just a god. He was a mediator, a bridge between the celestial and the earthly. His role was pivotal, as countless souls sought his intercession in times of need. In a world fraught with uncertainty, where the whims of the heavens could bring both fortune and misfortune, his presence offered a flicker of hope. The followers believed that Mithras understood their struggles, their joys, their sorrows. He was a divine advocate who listened closely to the pleas of the faithful. His very essence was woven into the fabric of their lives, guiding them through the fog of existence. The rituals surrounding Mithras were drenched in symbolism. In the flickering light, initiates gathered, their hearts pounding with anticipation. They donned white robes, their faces marked with determination and reverence. This initiation into his mysteries was not merely a rite of passage. It was an affirmation of faith, a declaration that they trusted Mithras to carry their burdens to the divine. Each ceremony was orchestrated with precision, every gesture steeped in meaning. As they circled around the altar, the energy of devotion pulsed through the air, creating an almost palpable connection to the deity they revered. As the ceremonies unfolded, the story of Mithras and the bull became central to their worship. This ancient tale spoke of triumph over chaos and the triumph of light over darkness. In the heart of the temple, a tableau depicted Mithras, his muscular form poised over a great bull, the moment frozen in time. The sacrifice was more than a mere act. It was a cosmic event, a symbol of death and rebirth, a reminder that from destruction comes new life. The followers believed that through Mithras, they too could rise above their struggles, finding strength even in the most trying of times. The emotions stirred during these rituals were raw and unfiltered. Eyes filled with tears as supplicants envisioned their hopes and dreams being lifted to the heavens, carried on the wings of Mithras' will. They spoke of loved ones lost, of battles fought in silence, of illnesses that robbed them of joy. Each prayer was a delicate thread woven into the tapestry of their lives, a plea for Mithras to intercede on their behalf. They believed that he would carry their cries to the divine, a guardian of their souls, ensuring that their voices were heard amidst the celestial chorus. The power of Mithras as a mediator resonated beyond the temple walls. In bustling marketplaces and quiet homes, whispers of his name ignited conversations that transcended social boundaries. The rich and poor alike sought his favor, driven by an unshakable belief that he could alter the course of their lives. As day turned to night, the flickering flames of candles lit up the faces of the hopeful, each one a testament to unwavering faith, a collective wish for divine intercession. Fate, however, is rarely gentle. The connection between mortals and the divine is often fraught with uncertainty. One moment, hearts could soar with hope, and the next, despair would loom large. Stories flew through the ages of those who had earnestly called upon Mithras only to face trials that felt insurmountable. Yet, it was in these moments of darkness that the light of belief shone brightest. The followers would gather, reinforcing their bonds, sharing tales of resilience, their voices rising in unison to beseech Mithras. They understood that even in suffering, there was a purpose, Every challenge was a chance for Mithras to prove his power as a mediator, an opportunity for divine grace to manifest in their lives. Through the ages, artwork and inscriptions immortalized Mithras's role. Temples were adorned with intricate carvings that depicted moments of divine intercession, each scene a silent witness to the faith of countless worshippers. The stories told of miracles, of healing and protection, swirling around him like a cloak. Each tale added to the fabric of his legend, a testament to the belief that Mithras was eternally vigilant, his gaze fixed upon those who sought his aid. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, the echoes of prayers merged with the rhythmic beating of drums. The night came alive with the vibrant energy of celebration, marking the profound connection that had formed between the divine and the mortal. Followers danced, their movements a physical manifestation of their faith, embodying the belief that Mithras was with them, guiding their steps. Yet, as the festivities swirled, an unsettling thought lingered in the back of their minds. What if their devotion was not enough? What if, in the silence of the night, their cries for help went unheard? It was a fear that gnawed at the edges of their faith, a question that would linger in the hearts of many. But even in doubt, there was a strength that emerged from their shared belief. They knew that each prayer offered, each ritual performed, was a step toward forging a bond with a deity who understood their plight. Mithras stood, unwavering, a sentinel between heaven and earth. In the hearts of his followers, he was a promise of hope, a reminder that even in moments of despair, the possibility of divine intercession was just a prayer away. As they basked in the warmth of community and faith, the cycle of devotion continued, binding them together in a shared struggle and a collective yearning for connection. And so, the story of Mithras, the mediator, wove itself into the very fabric of their existence, an eternal thread that connected their mortal lives to the divine, and their hearts beat with the rhythm of faith, echoing through the ages. In the shadow of the mighty Colosseum, echoes of clashing swords and battle cries filled the air. Soldiers clad in armor, their hearts pounding like war drums, gathered in dimly lit chambers beneath the bustling streets of Rome. Here, amid flickering torchlight, they found not merely a sanctuary from the chaos above, but a connection to something ancient and powerful, a secret that would alter their fate. The flicker of flames danced upon the rough-hewn stone walls, revealing murals that whispered tales of a god born from a rock, a powerful figure named Mithras. With each flicker, the soldiers felt a shiver run down their spines as they recalled the legends. Mithras slaying a bull, the blood spilling forth, symbolizing rebirth and regeneration, a sign that life could rise from death. The rituals they participated in evoked a bond deeper than brotherhood. They were united by shared beliefs and the understanding that they were part of something grander than themselves. As initiates, they underwent trials that tested their courage and fortitude, rituals that mirrored the battles they faced on the front lines. In the heart of this clandestine world, the soldier felt a rush of adrenaline that rivaled the thrill of combat. Under the watchful gaze of their fellow warriors, they would kneel and recite sacred oaths, promising loyalty not just to Rome, but to Mithras himself. With each pledge, they felt a surge of strength coursing through their veins, a sense of invincibility. These rituals forged an unbreakable bond, creating a brotherhood that transcended the mundane. And in those moments, the weight of their burdens seemed to lift, replaced by a powerful sense of purpose. In the fields of battle, the soldiers carried this connection with them. The sun blazed down upon them, the smell of sweat and metal mingling with the acrid scent of smoke. Yet, amidst the chaos, their minds would drift back to the sacred caves, to the moments of communion where they had shed their fears, emerging renewed. The chanting of sacred hymns echoed in their ears, drowning out the cries of the wounded and the dying. They fought not just for glory or riches, but for something much more profound, a promise of eternal life, an assurance that valor would be rewarded beyond the grave. But the world outside was not so kind. As the empire expanded, it faced new challenges, barbarians at the gates and political strife within. The soldiers grappled with the weight of their loyalty to an empire that seemed increasingly distant from the values they upheld in the caves. Would the gods favor them on the battlefield? Would Mithras grant them strength when their enemies bore down upon them? Doubt crept in, a sinister whisper that threatened to unravel the very fabric of their beliefs. Then came the night of the great feast, the night when the soldiers gathered to celebrate their shared faith. The air was thick with anticipation, a buzz of energy that crackled like the lightning that often split the sky during summer storms. They sacrificed an animal in a darkened chamber, its life a tribute to the god they revered. The blood soaked the ground, a visceral reminder of their pact with death and rebirth. As they feasted, they felt the weight of history envelop them. They were part of a lineage that stretched back to the dawn of time, a chain of warriors forged in blood and honor. Yet, in the flickering light, shadows danced on the walls, and whispers of uncertainty echoed in their hearts. What would the future hold for them? As the festivities wore on, a soldier named Marcus felt a shift within himself. The exhilaration of the rituals began to blur with the harsh realities of war. He looked around, seeing the faces of his comrades, some lit with fervor, others dimmed by doubt. It was here, in this sacred space, that he began to question if their faith in Mithras was enough to shield them from the storms of fate that loomed on the horizon. Moments turned to hours, and as the night deepened, the bond among the soldiers felt both empowering and fragile. They shared stories of bravery and loss, their voices rising and falling like the tide. But as laughter rang out, fear lingered just beneath the surface, a haunting specter that whispered of battles yet to come. Would their devotion hold strong when faced with the horrors of war? Would the promise of life after death sustain them when the reality of their mortality crashed down like a wave against the cliffs? As dawn broke, casting a soft glow over the city, the soldiers knew they must return to the battlefield. Their resolve hardened, yet questions lingered like ghosts in the early morning mist. They donned their armor, feeling the weight of history and expectation upon their shoulders. With each step toward the war, they clung to their beliefs, even as doubt gnawed at the edges of their minds. Mithras had promised strength, companionship, and a chance at rebirth, but the cost of such gifts remained shrouded in mystery. The clash of sword against shield rang out as they faced their enemies once more, the chaos of battle erupting around them. But in the heat of combat, when the world became a blur of blood and fury, the fleeting moments spurred memories of the sacred rites they had shared, the shouts of their brothers urging them on. In that chaotic dance of life and death, their faith emerged as both a weapon and a shield, guiding their actions and igniting their spirits. And as the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows over the battlefield, the soldiers felt the weight of their choices pressing down upon them. Would Mithras truly stand with them in the trials to come? Would their sacrifices be enough? The answers remained elusive, like the flickering flames in the sacred caves they held dear. With each swing of their swords, they fought not just for victory, but to honor the bonds they had forged in darkness, to carry forward the legacy of courage and faith that had inspired them since the beginning. But a storm was brewing, one that would test not just their might, but the very essence of their beliefs. And as night descended once more, the soldiers braced themselves for what lay ahead. The mysteries of their faith entwined with the harsh truths of their existence, an intricate tapestry woven with threads of valor, fear, and the unyielding quest for meaning. And so, the journey continued, the story unfurling like the banners that waved above them, promising both hope and despair in equal measure. In a dimly lit chamber, shadows danced upon stone walls adorned with ancient symbols. The air pulsed with an energy that felt both alien and familiar, the kind that makes the hair on your arms stand at attention. Here, in this sacred space, the followers of Mithras gathered, their hearts beating in unity as they chanted the name of the sun, their eyes shining with hope and reverence. It was a moment suspended in time, where the earthly realm brushed against the divine, and the warmth of the sun became a shield against the biting cold of the night. Mithras, the enigmatic god born from rock, stood at the center of their worship. His image, often depicted slaying a bull, was not just a representation of strength but a symbol of life, death, and rebirth. The bull's blood, rich and red, was believed to nourish the earth, bringing forth crops and sustaining the people. But as the followers knelt in prayer, their minds wandered to a deeper connection, a bond that transcended mere worship, a link between Mithras and Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun. Every year, on the winter solstice, a mesmerizing dance unfolded in the heavens. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its light waned, leaving a cold, dark void. But then, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, the sun would return, stronger and more radiant than ever. This moment, marked by Sol Invictus, was celebrated with fervor, a reminder that even in the darkest times, hope would prevail. It was a sacred promise that resonated deeply with the followers of Mithras, each year igniting their spirits anew. As the flickering flames of their torches illuminated the cave, whispers of connection filled the air. Mithras was not just a god to them. He was the embodiment of strength that mirrored the sun's journey across the sky. His connection to Sol Invictus was palpable, a radiant thread weaving together the fabric of their beliefs. They believed that Mithras and the sun shared secrets, a divine interaction that granted them strength in times of struggle. Every sacrifice made in Mithras's name echoed the sun's own sacrifice, a ritualistic prayer to ensure the sun's unwavering return. The ritual began, and the air thickened with anticipation. The high priest, draped in a cloak of deep crimson, raised his arms toward the heavens, channeling the power of the sun and invoking the spirit of Mithras. The crowd's breath caught in their throats as they watched the priest's face transform, reflecting the brilliance of Sol Invictus. The energy in the chamber shifted, electric and alive, as if the very essence of the sun had descended upon them. Suddenly, the walls seemed to pulse with light, and visions flickered before their eyes. A vast landscape bathed in golden rays, the earth teeming with life, and the promise of rebirth. The followers could almost feel the sun's warmth on their skin, a reminder that they were part of something grander than themselves. They were linked to the cosmos, to the cycle of life, death, and renewal. Each heartbeat echoed the rhythm of the universe, a powerful reminder of their own struggles and triumphs. Yet, a chilling thought brushed against the edges of their minds. The sun's journey was not without trials. In the heavens, the forces of darkness lurked, seeking to extinguish the light. The followers, too, faced their trials, their own battles against despair and hopelessness. But in Mithras, they found solace. They believed that his strength could guide them through the darkest valleys, much like the sun breaking through the clouds on a stormy day. The energy in the air crackled, shifting from reverence to fervor. The high priest began a chant, a rhythmic incantation that resonated within the very bones of the followers. They joined in, voices rising in a crescendo, enveloping the chamber in a chorus that transcended time. It was a celebration of life, a call to the sun, a plea for reassurance that they would not be forsaken. As their voices swelled, a vision emerged before them, a vivid depiction of Mithras and Sol Invictus, united in a cosmic dance. The sun, radiant and golden, embraced Mithras, illuminating the cave with an ethereal glow. The followers felt the warmth spreading through their bodies, washing away their fears. In that moment, they understood that the bond between Mithras and the sun was a promise of protection, a force that would guide them through the pain of existence. But then, as quickly as the vision came, it faded, leaving behind a lingering ache. The followers stood still, hearts pounding with an unnameable longing. They were reminded that life was a cycle of joy and sorrow, light and darkness. The connection to Sol Invictus was not just a source of strength. It was a mirror reflecting their own struggles. Each soul present carried the weight of their own burdens, and in Mithras, they sought redemption and hope. The high priest's voice cut through the silence, urging them to remember the sacred bond, the promise of the sun's return. As Mithras triumphs over darkness, he proclaimed, "So shall we. Together we shall rise." The crowd erupted in cheers, a wave of fervor crashing over them. But beneath the surface, an undercurrent of fear lingered. What if the sun did not return? What if darkness overcame them? But Mithras was a god of resilience. He had faced trials of his own, and so would they. As they stood in the flickering light, hearts intertwined, they realized that their faith was not just about the sun. It was about life itself, the struggles, the victories, and the eternal hope that drove them forward, even when the world seemed shrouded in darkness. In the midst of their collective fear and hope, a spark ignited, a promise of renewal, a deep-rooted belief that they were part of something much larger than themselves. They were the children of the sun, nurtured by its light, forever bound to the cycle of rebirth. As the last echoes of their chants faded into the ether, a sense of peace enveloped the chamber. They held on to that feeling, for they knew that the connection between Mithras and Sol Invictus was not merely a story. It was their truth, a light that would guide them until the very end. In the dimly lit chambers of ancient Rome, where shadows dance among flickering torchlight, a world thrummed with secrets and fervor. The air was thick with incense and the promise of something more, something buried beneath the weight of tradition and expectation. Here, amidst the hushed whispers and sacred rites of the Mithraic cult, a quiet revolution was brewing, one that would challenge everything the empire thought it knew about gender and power. Women, often relegated to the periphery of religious life, found themselves at an unexpected crossroads within the enigmatic rituals dedicated to Mithras. In these hidden sanctuaries, they became more than mere spectators. They were participants with voices yearning to be heard. A woman named Aurelia, dressed in simple linen, felt the pulse of the earth beneath her as she approached the sacred altar. She understood the gravity of the moment, how defying the norms of her time could come at a cost. Yet, a flicker of hope ignited in her heart, urging her forward. The cult ceremonies were shrouded in mystery, but whispers suggested that women were not entirely excluded. Some accounts hinted at their presence, perhaps as priestesses, as the custodians of forgotten wisdom. The tantalizing thought sent shivers down Aurelia's spine. She imagined herself standing alongside the men, chanting the ancient hymns, feeling the weight of the community's gaze upon her, not with scorn but with reverence. The very idea challenged the harsh realities of her world, where women were often dismissed. As Aurelia stepped into the inner sanctum, she caught sight of fellow initiates. Their faces were fierce with determination, eyes glinting like steel. They were women from all walks of life, healers, daughters, mothers, each with their own stories, their own aspirations. Yet they shared a common thread, a desire to break through the confines of their existence. They were drawn to Mithras, whose myths spoke of triumph and rebirth, a cosmic hero who challenged the darkness. The stories resonated, filling them with a sense of purpose. Here, they could weave their own narratives, a tapestry of strength and resilience amid an unforgiving landscape. The ceremonies echoed with the fervor of ancient traditions, but the essence of women's roles within the cult remained a mystery. Were they merely supporting figures, or did they hold a power of their own? In hushed conversations, Aurelia heard tales of women who had risen to prominence, who had become conduits for divine inspiration. Her heart raced at the thought, what if she could lead? What if the world outside could not silence the voices of those who sought to be heard? The tension in the air thickened with every gathering. Men still held most positions of authority, yet the presence of women began to disrupt the status quo. Their laughter broke through the solemnity of ritual, a beacon of defiance. The men felt it too, their privilege under siege. Rumors spread like wildfire. Women were performing their own rites, invoking the blessings of Mithras in secret. Aurelia was torn between fear and exhilaration. What awaited them if they pushed the boundaries further? One night, the moon hung heavy in the sky, illuminating the hidden chamber where the cult met. Aurelia stood before the altar, nervously adjusting her linen tunic. The air crackled with anticipation. This time, they would not be silent. Together, they would chant the ancient texts, invoking the spirit of Mithras as allies rather than subordinates. With each word, they felt the weight of their ancestors behind them, pushing them forward into the unknown. As their voices soared, a transformation swept through the chamber. The men, initially skeptical and wary, began to see the power of the women's presence. Their chants became harmonized, a symphony of strength bridging the divide between genders. The lines blurred. What once seemed impossible now felt tangible. The realization that they were all seekers of truth, united in their devotion to Mithras, sent ripples of change through the assembly. But as the flames flickered wildly, casting long shadows, a palpable tension hung in the air. Not all welcomed this shift. Voices of dissent began to emerge, warning of chaos if women were allowed to step too far into the light. The conflict simmered beneath the surface, threatening to erupt and shatter the fragile alliances. Aurelia's heart raced as she sensed the storm building. She knew that this moment would not come easily. Then, a figure stepped into the light, a charismatic leader among the men, who had once dismissed the women's role. His presence commanded attention. "Do they not serve the same Mithras we do?" he bellowed, his voice resonating with authority. "Are they not worthy of shared devotion?" The room fell silent, every eye locked onto him, a decision hanging in the balance. Would they rise together, or would fear and tradition snuff out this budding flame? As the atmosphere crackled with uncertainty, a hushed voice broke through. It was one of the women, her courage igniting the air. "We seek not to overthrow, but to unite. The strength of Mithras lies in all of us." The words hung suspended, charged with emotion, echoing in the hearts of those present. Aurelia felt the collective breath of the assembly, a mix of hope and apprehension, weaving a tapestry of possibilities. Suddenly, the world outside pressed in, the chaos of Rome, the rigid structures of society demanding conformity. Whispers of impending conflict over gender roles and religious authority crept into the sacred space. In that moment, it became clear. The cult of Mithras was a crucible for transformation, challenging the very fabric of how power and identity intertwined. As the flames danced higher, casting flickering shadows, the tension was palpable. Change was on the horizon. Would they embrace it, or would the darkness win? The question hung in the air, a weight that promised to change everything. Each heart beat like a drum, echoing the call of a new dawn, one that could either elevate or crush the spirits of those yearning for a place in the light. The future awaited just beyond the flickering torchlight, and with it, the promise of a world where all could stand together, side by side, united in their devotion to the light of Mithras. In the flickering twilight of a hidden chamber, the air was thick with anticipation. Shadows danced along the stone walls, whispers of ancient rites clinging to the very stones themselves. A flickering torch illuminated the faces of the initiates, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and exhilaration. They were about to be welcomed into a world that held both promise and peril, a world where the sun was more than just a star. It was a symbol of life, death, and resurrection. This was Mithraism, a faith that would rise from the depths of Persia and find its way into the very heart of the Roman Empire. As the smoke from burning incense curled into the air, a mysterious figure stepped forth, the priest clad in robes that seemed to shimmer with the light of countless stars. His voice, low and resonant, filled the chamber as he spoke of the cosmic struggle between light and darkness, good and evil. For those gathered, this was more than just a story. It was a call to arms, to embrace the light of Mithras, the god of covenants and protector of the righteous. The initiation rites were both brutal and beautiful, a mixture of sacrifice and rebirth that echoed the very cycles of nature. In the east, Mithras was born amidst the ancient lands of Persia, where legends spoke of his slaying of the bull, an act that brought forth life from its blood, a symbol of regeneration. As the tales spread, they captivated the minds and hearts of those who yearned for something greater in their lives, something meaningful. Merchants traveling along the Silk Road carried these stories, wrapping them in silks and spices, sharing the promise of Mithras as they crossed deserts and mountains. In the bustling streets of Rome, where the very air vibrated with excitement, the seeds of Mithraism found fertile ground. Soldiers, weary and hardened by battle, were drawn to the mysterious rituals, seeking solace and strength. In the dark recesses of the city, clandestine meetings took place in hidden temples, where the faithful would gather beneath the watchful gaze of the stars. The rituals pulsated with energy, each moment charged with the weight of a shared belief that transcended the ordinary. A soldier named Marcus, haunted by the ghosts of his past, felt the pull of this new faith. Night after night, he found himself drawn to the underground temples, where the flicker of torches illuminated the faces of men who, like him, sought redemption. He watched as they shared their stories, their struggles, and their hopes, all bound together by the common thread of Mithras. Each initiation was a step deeper into a world where death was not the end but merely a passage to a brighter existence. With each passing year, the faith spread like wildfire through the Roman Empire. From the gritty streets of Rome to the sun-kissed sands of North Africa, the message of Mithras spoke to the hearts of many. Those who felt lost, those yearning for community, and those who longed for a deeper meaning found a home in this brotherhood. It was a revival of ancient truths wrapped in new beginnings, where the sun was revered as a giver of life, and its journey through the sky mirrored the soul's ascent towards the divine. The rituals held a power that was almost palpable. The sacred meal, where initiates would partake in bread and wine, echoed the ancient traditions of communion with the divine. With every bite and sip, they felt a deep connection to Mithras, a promise of eternal life that resonated within their very beings. As the blood of the sacrificial bull symbolized transformation, so too did the experience of the initiate, each one reborn anew, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Yet, as the faith expanded, it faced challenges. The rise of Christianity loomed like a shadow, growing ever more powerful. The followers of Christ preached love and forgiveness, offering a stark contrast to the warrior ethos of Mithraism. Tensions simmered beneath the surface as the two faiths vied for the hearts and minds of the people. Streets that once buzzed with the chants of Mithras followers now echoed with new hymns, casting uncertainty in the air. Marcus stood in the dim light of the Mithraeum, clutching his sword, feeling the weight of the choices that lay before him. He had witnessed the strength and unity of his brothers, yet the winds of change were undeniable. Each gathering felt charged with urgency. Every ritual was both a celebration of life and a desperate defense against the encroaching tide of a new belief. A sense of foreboding settled in the air, thick and almost suffocating, as though the very walls of the temple could feel the shifting landscape of faith. As the darkness of night enveloped the city, the initiates gathered once more. The elder priest spoke of courage, of standing firm against the storm that threatened to tear apart the fabric of their belief. The flickering flames of their torches reflected the flickering resolve in their hearts. They were not merely followers. They were warriors, defenders of a legacy that had traveled across deserts and mountains, uniting diverse souls under the banner of Mithras. In that moment, Marcus felt a surge of power, an electric charge that coursed through him. The spirits of those who had come before him seemed to whisper in his ear, urging him to remember the struggle, the triumphs, and the eternal truth of the sun's journey across the sky. There was a bond here, forged in the fires of initiation, stronger than blood. It was a brotherhood that would not yield to the winds of change without a fight. As the last echoes of the priest's words faded into the night, a collective resolve surged within the chamber. The devotees of Mithras were not ready to fade away into the annals of history. Their faith pulsed like a heartbeat, a living, breathing testament to what they believed. And as they emerged from the shadows, ready to face whatever lay ahead, the air crackled with anticipation. With the dawn of a new day on the horizon, they stepped into the light, ready to carve their path in a world that seemed to shift beneath their feet. Each heartbeat resonated with the stories of the past, the struggles of the present, and the uncertain future that awaited them. Their journey was far from over. It was merely the beginning of a new chapter, a chapter that would intertwine their fates with those of others drawn to the allure of Mithras. A tale that echoed across time, waiting to unfold. In the flickering shadows of the ancient world, two religions battled for the hearts and souls of the faithful. The air was thick with incense, whispers of the divine mingling with the scent of earth and sweat. In the cool, dim chambers of Mithraic temples, initiates gathered, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of torches. They felt the pulse of something greater than themselves, a force that drew them together in a bond of brotherhood, sharing sacred meals and undergoing secret rites beneath the gaze of the celestial bull. Across the bustling streets of early Christian communities, another fire burned brightly. Here, men and women huddled together, sharing tales of a carpenter from Nazareth who had defied death itself. The fervor was electric, alive with the promise of salvation and eternal life. They clutched their scrolls tightly, whispering the teachings of a loving God who embraced the downtrodden and offered hope to the lost. As Mithraism thrived within its hidden sanctuaries, its vivid imagery captivated the imagination. The image of Mithras slaying the bull became the centerpiece of a ritual steeped in mystery, symbolizing rebirth and the triumph of light over darkness. Initiates, adorned in white robes, would reenact this cosmic struggle, their voices rising in chant, drowning out the world above. They believed that through this act, they participated in a divine drama, securing their place in the cosmos. The thrill of initiation was both exhilarating and terrifying, a leap into the unknown that promised enlightenment but demanded unwavering loyalty. Meanwhile, the Christians gathered in dimly lit homes, courageously sharing their beliefs despite the threat of persecution. Each whispered prayer was a thread weaving through the tapestry of hope. The story of Jesus' resurrection echoed through their gatherings, a narrative that defied logic yet stirred profound emotions. Women and men alike found solace in the tale of a Savior who embraced suffering and offered forgiveness, painting a picture of love and sacrifice that resonated deeply within their hearts. There was a rawness to their gatherings, an intensity fueled by a fervent longing for connection with the divine. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the tension between these two faiths began to inscribe itself upon the fabric of history. The Mithraists, with their elaborate rituals and secretive gatherings, were rooted in ancient traditions that spoke of cosmic forces and the eternal struggle between light and darkness. In their eyes, Mithras was not just a god. He was the embodiment of strength and courage, a warrior who beckoned them to rise above the chaos of the world. Yet, this very secrecy also left them isolated, their beliefs locked away from the scrutiny of the masses. In stark contrast, the Christians boldly proclaimed their faith in the open, inviting others into their fold with a message that shattered societal boundaries. They spoke of grace freely given, a radical departure from the rigid systems of allegiance and sacrifice that defined Roman religion. Their gatherings were marked by shared bread and wine, a communal experience that transcended mere ritual. The Eucharist became a living testament to their belief in the body and blood of Christ, a divine gift that nourished both body and soul, sparking a passion that was palpable. As the months turned into years, the competition between Mithraism and early Christianity intensified. The political landscape shifted, with the Roman Empire grappling to maintain control over its diverse populace. Mithraism, with its clandestine rituals and tight-knit brotherhood, attracted soldiers and those seeking camaraderie in a world fraught with uncertainty. The rites of Mithras were meticulous, a dance of shadows that offered a sense of belonging and purpose. Yet whispers of doubt began to stir. Could a faith built on secrecy endure in an age yearning for transparency? Across the religious divide, the Christians found strength in vulnerability. They bore witness to suffering and injustice, offering a radical new hope that challenged the status quo. The story of Jesus became a rallying cry, reverberating through the streets as they proclaimed a kingdom not of this world. The early church, fragile yet fierce, gathered strength from the very oppression they faced, their spirits alight with a determination that seemed almost otherworldly. Yet, the shadows of Mithraism loomed large, as merchants and soldiers found solace in its ancient rites. The lavish banquets and the thrill of initiation echoed through the underground chambers, drawing in those searching for meaning amidst the chaos of life. They yearned for connection, for an experience that transcended the mundane. The echoes of their chants and the deep resonance of their beliefs created an allure that was hard to resist. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the emotional turmoil of the faithful reached a climax. The followers of Mithras felt a profound sense of community, yet many were left yearning for a deeper connection. Their rituals were powerful, yet they often found themselves caught in a web of secrecy, longing for a divine embrace that spoke directly to their hearts. On the other hand, the Christians, emboldened by their convictions, faced persecution, yet they thrived on the very trials that sought to extinguish their flame. Their stories ignited a fire within, spilling into the streets as they proclaimed their message of love and redemption. In this historical crucible, the two religions stood at a crossroads, each drawing from wells of emotion and devotion that fueled their respective narratives. It was a time of transformation, where the fervor of ancient rites clashed with the radical message of a new faith. The battle for the soul of humanity raged on, each side weaving its tapestry of hope, fear, and yearning, with every heart caught in the throes of their divine search. And just as the sun set on one day, casting long shadows upon the earth, the dawn of a new era approached. The air crackled with tension, the whispers of the faithful blending into a symphony of longing and desire. The stage was set for a profound transformation, one that would leave its mark on history, forging paths that would intertwine for centuries to come. The echoes of their beliefs reverberated through the ages, entwining like vines, each claiming a piece of the human spirit, each desperately seeking to be heard above the clamor of a world in flux. Beneath the pale glow of the moon, a flicker of torches illuminated the darkened clearing, casting long shadows that danced eerily across the forest floor. The air was thick with tension, a silence so palpable it felt like an unseen force pressing against the chests of those gathered. They stood in a tight circle, cloaked figures whispering fervent words of ancient incantations, each syllable dripping with purpose and urgency. The night pulsed with energy, a collective heartbeat of secrets woven into the very fabric of their existence. What lay beneath this veil of secrecy? Who were these individuals, draped in dark robes, hiding their faces from the world? The very essence of their gathering hinted at a history rich with intrigue, one that the uninitiated could only dream of touching. This was no ordinary assembly. It had the weight of centuries behind it, an echo of rituals practiced long before time was measured. The figures stood on sacred ground, where generations had invoked forces beyond the understanding of ordinary men. As the candles flickered, casting ghostly light upon their faces, an air of exclusivity clung to them like a shroud. Only the chosen few were allowed to step into this realm, a world untouched by the prying eyes of society. Whispers of this clandestine group had slipped through the cracks of history, a smattering of rumors that spoke of knowledge so profound it was deemed dangerous. Tales of members who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the scent of smoke and the echo of a chant, wrapped the cult in a shroud of mystery. The stories were chilling, yet they piqued curiosity, drawing those on the fringes closer. Who wouldn't want to be part of something that felt so powerful, so forbidden? The cult's origins stretched back to ancient times, entwined with historical figures whose names still resonated through the ages. It was said that the first of their kind had once been scholars of the mysterious arts, seeking truths hidden from the common man. They had scoured libraries, dusting off tomes bound in leather, filled with symbols and scripts that seemed to pulse with life. Knowledge was their currency, and they had traded it in shadows, forging bonds that transcended time and space. The thrill of the unknown ignited a fire that would never die, leading to an unbreakable connection among those who shared their truths. But membership came at a price. Initiations were steeped in ritual, requiring not only a pledge of loyalty, but a willingness to confront one's own fears. The tests were harrowing, designed to strip away the veil of comfort and expose the raw essence of the individual. Those who emerged were forever changed, molded by experiences most could scarcely comprehend. The initiation ceremonies took place in hidden chambers beneath the earth, where the air was thick with the scent of damp stone and earth. Participants would find themselves standing before an altar, surrounded by symbols representing the duality of existence: life and death, light and shadow. As the members faced these trials, they understood the weight of their decision. To join was to embrace the unknown, to accept the risk of being cast out from the outside world, a world that thrived on the mundane and predictable. The allure of unity among the chosen outweighed the fears of isolation. Bonds formed in the depths of those dark ceremonies became unbreakable, stitched together by shared truths and whispers of the forbidden. The world outside faded away, replaced by a sense of belonging that was intoxicating, even as it set them apart. Among the members, there was always an air of tension, a silent understanding that betrayal loomed just beyond their circle. The exclusivity that drew them together also harbored a seed of distrust, One could easily become an outsider in a world built on faith, loyalty, and secrecy. Rumors danced like flickering flames about those who had dared to step outside the bounds. Perhaps they had spoken too freely, or their hearts had wavered in a moment of weakness. Whatever the reason, the consequences were dire. The price of revelation was often destruction, and the cold grip of fear settled heavily within the group. The rituals, though fascinating, harbored darkness that lingered beneath the surface. Members gathered around the fire, their voices blending into a haunting melody that would echo through the trees. They spoke of visions, prophecies that revealed glimpses of a future steeped in both promise and peril. Each vision held the potential to alter the very fabric of their existence. The weight of such foresight could crush the unprepared. As they shared their dreams, their faces lit by the firelight, a deep hunger began to take hold, a desire to grasp the intangible threads of fate and mold them to their will. But the more they sought, the more elusive their answers became. The mysteries multiplied, spiraling into an intricate web of knowledge that was as intoxicating as it was terrifying. It was an unquenchable thirst that drove them deeper into the night, into the dark corners of their own souls. Shadows stretched further, and the forest seemed alive with secrets, each rustle of leaves like a whisper urging them to press on. Unbeknownst to them, the forest held its own secrets, watching with a silent gaze as the cult danced along the thin line between enlightenment and obsession. Each step deeper into the unknown echoed with the hushed warnings of those who had come before. The history of the cult intertwined with the lives of those who had tread the same path, leaving behind echoes of their hopes and regrets. In that moonlit clearing, the figures continued their chant, their voices rising and falling like the tide, a symphony of longing and despair. The night spun around them, a tapestry woven with the threads of their shared intentions, binding their souls in a way that transcended the ephemeral nature of life itself. As the flames crackled, casting sparks into the night sky, the promise of enlightenment loomed just out of reach, leaving them forever yearning, forever searching. And as the final notes of their incantation hung in the air, a sudden chill swept through the woods, a whisper of things yet to come, a prelude to a tale that would unravel further into the depths of secrecy, a darkness that awaited beyond the shadows. In the dimly lit caverns where shadows whispered secrets of ancient rites, a flicker of torchlight revealed the deep-rooted rituals of Mithras, a deity revered by warriors and seekers of truth. Above the altar, images carved in stone depicted animals, their forms capturing the essence of life and death, sacrifice and rebirth. Here, the air hummed with an electric tension, as if the spirits of the past lingered close, eager to share their stories. The bull was perhaps the most dramatic symbol in Mithraism, its powerful figure etched into the very fabric of the ceremonies. As initiates gathered, they were drawn into the myth of the killing of the bull, a moment of primal force that encapsulated the struggle between good and evil. The bull, with its massive horns and mighty stature, represented strength and fertility. When Mithras plunged the dagger into its side, it was not just an act of violence. It was an offering, a profound sacrifice that echoed the cosmic battle of creation. The blood of the bull flowed freely, a river of life that nourished the earth, a symbol of renewal that resonated with every participant's heart. In those sacred spaces, the air often thickened with the scent of incense and the low, rhythmic chanting of the initiates. Each animal figure, from the cunning fox to the vigilant dog, carried its own significance. The fox, with its stealth and intelligence, embodied wisdom, a reminder to the followers to be mindful of their path. The dog, loyal and watchful, symbolized fidelity, an ode to those who stood by Mithras, unwavering in their devotion amidst the chaos of the world. As the rituals unfolded, an emotional urgency filled the chamber. Initiates, clad in white robes, moved in synchrony, their hearts racing with the thrill of communion with the divine. They felt the weight of the ancient symbols, the animals alive in their minds, whispering tales of bravery and sacrifice. In one corner, a carved representation of a lion roared silently, its fierce visage serving as a guardian of the mysteries hidden within the rites. The lion represented courage, a force that urged the faithful to confront their fears and rise above the mundane. The connection between the ritual and the animal symbols was palpable. Each participant could sense a heartbeat, not just their own but the pulse of the universe tethered to these creatures. Every gesture performed in reverence to Mithras was a tribute to the wild, a reminder of the untamed spirit within humanity. They were not merely enacting rituals. They were participating in a timeless dance that blurred the line between the mundane and the divine. In the far reaches of the cave, a flicker of movement caught the eye of one initiate, a young man named Gaius. His heart raced as he recalled stories from his childhood, tales of the great hunt, of men and beasts locked in a battle of wills. As he prepared for the ritual, he thought of the animals that had walked the earth long before him, each a sentinel of wisdom and power. The weight of the bull's sacrifice hung in the air, and he felt himself drawn into the mythos, the stories entwining with his own spirit. Suddenly, the chant grew louder, a crescendo echoing off the stone walls. Gaius, caught in a whirlwind of emotion, found himself at the center of the ritual. His pulse quickened as he envisioned the bull, the lion, the fox, all of them watching, waiting for him to embrace his role in the unfolding drama. His thoughts raced. Was he brave enough? Would he rise to the occasion, channeling the strength of the animals surrounding him? With each passing moment, the energy in the cavern intensified. The flickering flames cast shadows that danced like phantoms, each flicker a reminder of the lives once lived, battles fought, and sacrifices made. The initiates, bound together by a shared purpose, felt an unbreakable bond with the animals that had become their totems. They were warriors, yes, but also seekers of truth, yearning for a connection that transcended the physical world. As the ritual reached its climax, Gaius stood before the altar, his heart pounding like a drum. He could feel the eyes of the animals upon him, each one urging him to partake in the sacred act. This is not just about Mithras, an elder had once told him. It's about the essence of life itself. And in that moment, Gaius understood. Every sacrifice made, every animal symbol honored, was a piece of a larger puzzle, a connection to nature and to the divine. The initiate raised his hands to the heavens, invoking the spirits of the animals, channeling their strength and wisdom. The air crackled with energy, a palpable force that surged through the room. Gaius felt it wash over him, an exhilarating rush that ignited a fire within. He was not alone. He was part of something far greater than himself, a living tapestry woven with the threads of history, mythology, and the eternal bond between man and beast. As the final chants echoed in the chamber, an overwhelming sense of belonging enveloped him. He was not just a participant in a ritual. He was a custodian of a legacy, one that honored the animal symbols that spoke of life's complexities. The emotional gravity of the moment wrapped around him like a cloak, warm and reassuring, while the figures of the bull, the lion, and the fox seemed to nod in agreement, guardians of their shared fate. And then, just as the ritual reached its peak, a sudden silence fell, heavy and expectant. The animals, once vivid in their symbolism, faded into the shadows, transforming into mere echoes of the past. Yet, Gaius knew they were still there, lingering on the edges of his consciousness, waiting for him to carry their stories forward. The ritual, the symbols, and the emotional ties to those animals would forever be a part of him, a reminder that the dance between humanity and nature was ongoing, waiting for the next brave soul to take the leap into the unknown. In the dimly lit chambers beneath the city of Rome, flickering torchlight cast long shadows on the rough-hewn walls, where whispers of ancient rituals echoed through time. A group of men, clad in simple tunics, gathered in a hidden temple. Their faces, illuminated by the warm glow of the flame, reflected a blend of anxiety and anticipation. Tonight was not just another ceremony. It was a sacred moment that bound them together, a lifeline woven through shared beliefs and collective experiences. One of the men, Marcus, felt his heart race as he stepped into the space where the statue of Mithras stood, a figure carved with precision, depicting the gods slaying the bull. To him, this act symbolized not just a myth, but a promise of rebirth and renewal. The air was thick with the scent of incense and the camaraderie that came from shared devotion. Marcus looked around at the faces of his companions. Friends, brothers, and some men he had only met in passing. Yet, in this moment, they were all connected by something deeper than mere friendship. Each man brought with him stories of struggle and triumph. They came from different backgrounds. Some were soldiers, others merchants, and a few farmers. But within these walls, their titles dissolved. The community formed an unbreakable bond, tied together by the rituals they practiced. It was as if the ancient stone of the temple absorbed their thoughts and hopes, transforming their individual hardships into a collective strength. As the ceremony began, the rhythmic sound of chanting filled the air, rising and falling like waves. The men stood shoulder to shoulder, a living testament to their commitment. In the flicker of the flames, Marcus could almost see the spirit of Mithras enveloping them. Each chant echoed the struggles of the past, the victories won against darkness, and the promise of salvation that their god represented. The more they chanted, the more they felt an electricity in the air, binding them to both the divine and each other. Sudden laughter erupted from one corner of the chamber. It was Lucius, a newcomer to their circle, who had tried to lighten the atmosphere with a jest. The laughter was infectious, slicing through the tension and reminding them all of their humanity. It was moments like these that transformed mere worship into a celebration of life. They were not just participants in a ritual. They were part of a family, united by their faith and their shared experiences. It was the laughter that reminded them they were alive, that there was joy even amidst their struggles. As the ceremony progressed, they passed around a small cup filled with wine, symbolizing the blood of the god. Each sip was a pledge of loyalty, a reminder of the sacrifices made for the greater good. The taste of the wine was rich and robust, and as it flowed from one man to another, it solidified their commitment to the community. With every drop shared, a silent promise hung in the air, that they would not face the world alone. They would stand together, united in their beliefs and their destinies. Marcus caught the eye of Gaius, an older man who had been a mentor to him. Gaius's wise gaze was filled with understanding, and in that moment, Marcus recognized the weight of tradition they all carried. The rituals they performed were steeped in history, passed down through generations. Each initiation was not just about personal enlightenment. It was about reinforcing the bonds of brotherhood, drawing them closer to each other and to Mithras himself. The community was their fortress, a shield against the chaos of the world outside. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The chanting grew louder, more urgent. As the men moved into a circle, hands clasped together. It was time for the sacred moment of communion. The air crackled with anticipation as they shared their fears and hopes, each voice breaking through the silence, creating a chorus of vulnerability. In the act of vulnerability, they found strength. In sharing their struggles, they discovered they were not alone. The burdens they carried lessened with each confession, transformed by the power of community. Outside, the world continued to spin. Lives were lived, wars raged, and empires rose and fell. But within those stone walls, time seemed to stand still. Marcus felt an overwhelming sense of belonging, a force that transcended all understanding. The community embraced him, wrapping him in a warmth that felt almost divine. The men around him were not just fellow worshippers. They were brothers in arms, united in their devotion to Mithras and to each other. As the ceremony reached its climax, a hush fell over the group. They knew that the moment was sacred. It was the threshold between the mundane and the divine. In that silence, they felt a presence. It was as if Mithras himself stood among them, listening to their prayers, feeling their love and loyalty. They were more than just individuals. They were a collective voice, resonating through the ages, echoing in the chambers of time. With one last chant, they lifted their voices to the heavens, a powerful declaration of their bond and their faith. The flames danced in response, crackling with energy. For Marcus, it was a moment of sheer ecstasy, a realization that true worship was not just about rituals, but about the connections forged in the fires of shared experience. As the ceremony came to an end, the men slowly began to disperse, but the bonds they had formed would not fade. Each step away from the temple was a reminder that they carried pieces of one another within them. The world outside awaited with its challenges and chaos, but they were no longer merely individuals facing it alone. They were a community, fortified by their worship and strengthened by their shared experiences. And as Marcus walked through the narrow streets of Rome, he could still feel the warmth of the temple, the laughter, the chants, and the promise of brotherhood. The night was alive with possibilities, and he knew that whatever lay ahead, he would face it not just as Marcus, but as part of something greater. A legacy woven through the very fabric of Mithraic worship, unbreakable and eternal. The flame of community would continue to burn brightly, a beacon of hope in a world often shrouded in darkness, guiding them all toward the next chapter of their shared journey. In the murky shadows of ancient Rome, where the air was thick with the scent of incense and whispered secrets, a mysterious figure emerged from the darkness. Clad in a flowing robe, he moved with purpose through the dimly lit tunnels beneath the city. It was a world where power and reverence intertwined, where the echoes of clashing swords in the arena were accompanied by the hushed prayers of devoted followers. Mithras, the god of light and truth, was rising to prominence, weaving his influence into the very fabric of Roman politics. Mithraism, an enigmatic cult, captured the hearts of soldiers, senators, and emperors alike. Its underground temples, known as Mithraea, became sanctuaries where men gathered in brotherhood, sharing sacred rituals that promised salvation and eternal life. The initiation rites were shrouded in mystery, cloaked in secrecy that made every moment feel electric with anticipation. As candles flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls, followers would swear oaths of loyalty to each other and to Mithras himself. Here, in these sacred spaces, the power of belief transcended the mundane, igniting something primal within those who entered. Senators clad in togas often whispered about the growing influence of this mysterious cult. They saw how Mithras's followers climbed the ranks of power, their devotion transforming them into fierce warriors and cunning politicians. The bonds forged in the darkness of the Mithraea echoed in the Senate chambers. The blood of the bull, a central part of their rituals, symbolized not just sacrifice, but the strength and unity that came from shared faith. Those who partook in these rites felt invincible, and their loyalty to Mithras often translated into loyalty to one another, fostering alliances that shifted the very foundations of Roman politics. A senator named Flavius, a man with ambition etched into his very being, felt the pull of Mithras growing stronger. He stood at the precipice of a decision that could change his life forever. His heart raced as he thought of the power that lay within the Mithraea. He envisioned himself as one of the favored, a champion of Mithras, whose blessing could propel him to unimaginable heights. But as he paced nervously outside the entrance, doubts crept in. What would it mean to enter this world? Would he be forever changed? As he stepped inside, the atmosphere enveloped him like a warm embrace. The chanting echoed around him, harmonizing with the rhythmic beat of his own heart. The other initiates welcomed him with solemn nods, their eyes shining with devotion. Flavius felt an electric thrill course through him. The rituals began, and he found himself swept up in the fervor of the moment. With each step deeper into the ceremony, he sensed the weight of history pressing down on him, as if the spirits of past initiates were guiding him toward his destiny. Yet, beyond the flickering candlelight, the political landscape of Rome was shifting. Opponents of Mithraism feared its growing influence, seeing it as a rival to traditional Roman beliefs. They plotted to undermine the cult, viewing it as a threat to the fabric of their society. The tension hung in the air, thick and palpable, as factions within the Senate clashed like titans. The whispers of dissent grew louder, and the once sacred halls of power became battlegrounds for ideologies. Flavius, now a devoted follower, found himself caught in the crossfire. He witnessed how the bond of Mithras united men in ways that power alone could not. Senators who had once been rivals became brothers in arms, ready to defend their newfound faith against those who sought to dismantle it. As political alliances shifted, so too did the very nature of power within Rome. The influence of Mithraism seeped into the very marrow of governance, reshaping decisions and crafting a new narrative where loyalty was not just to the state, but to the divine. In the Senate, voices rose and fell like waves crashing against the shore. Proponents of Mithras argued passionately, their fervor igniting the room. Flavius stood amongst them, heart pounding, feeling the heat of conviction wash over him. He could see the faces of those who had once considered him an enemy, now allies bound by the same faith, rising to challenge the old order. They spoke of strength through unity, of values that transcended mere politics, values that resonated with the heartbeat of the people. The opposition, however, was relentless. Senators who held tightly to the old gods rallied their forces, determined to preserve the traditional ways. They sought to unveil Mithras's mysteries, to expose what lay behind the closed doors of the Mithria. Rumors began to circulate, whispers of betrayal and suspicion. The tension in Rome grew thicker, the air crackling with uncertainty. As the factions faced off, it became clear that this struggle was not just about gods, but about the very soul of the city itself. Caught within this storm, Flavius felt his allegiance pulled in every direction. He grappled with the ideals of duty and devotion, honor and faith. The power of Mithras had transformed him, igniting a fire within that he could not extinguish. Each day, he witnessed the changing tides of loyalty and ambition, and he understood that the influence of Mithraism was reshaping not just politics, but the hearts and minds of the Roman people. The lines between friend and foe blurred as alliances formed and fractured in the relentless pursuit of power. Back in the shadows of the Mithria, the rituals continued, filled with fervent prayers and solemn vows. The initiates stood together, a brotherhood forged in the fires of faith, their spirits intertwined with the light of Mithras. With every heartbeat, the cult's hold on Rome tightened, the flames of devotion flickering brighter against the encroaching darkness of doubt and opposition. As the political landscape teetered on the brink of chaos, the followers of Mithras remained steadfast. Their faith became a rallying cry, an anthem of defiance against those who sought to tear them apart. The echoes of their unity resonated far beyond the confines of the underground temples. Rome was changing, and the influence of Mithraism was not just a flicker in the shadows. It was a roaring blaze, impossible to ignore. Flavius stood at a crossroads, feeling the weight of destiny upon his shoulders. The clash of beliefs raged around him, a tempest of hope and fear, unity and division. The ancient stones of the Senate felt alive with energy, a battleground where the spirit of Mithras fought for its place in the heart of Rome. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the city, the question lingered in the air. Which power would prevail in this epic struggle for the soul of an empire? In the shadowy recesses of ancient Rome, where flickering torchlight danced against the cold stone walls of temples, a palpable tension hung in the air. Beneath the surface of the bustling city, a secret society thrived, a brotherhood bound by a shared devotion to the sun god Mithras. Yet, as the first chill of autumn swept through the streets, an unsettling whisper echoed through the halls of power. Something was changing. The fervor that once ignited the souls of its followers began to flicker as new gods beckoned from the shadows, promising salvation and eternal life. Mithraism, with its rites steeped in mystery and the sacred bond of brotherhood, was once a beacon of hope for many. Men gathered in dimly lit underground temples to partake in sacred rituals, sharing a communion that transcended the mundane world. They believed in the strength of the bull, in the triumph of light over darkness, and in the promise of the afterlife. But just as the sun must set, so too did the glory of Mithras begin to wane. The signs were there, if one chose to see them. The rise of Christianity, a new faith that offered inclusivity and a personal relationship with the divine, began to seduce the very men who once stood in the arms of Mithras. As the flames of Roman power flickered, the empire itself became a battlefield of religions, each vying for the hearts and minds of its citizens. The allure of the new faith was undeniable. It spoke of love, grace, and hope, reaching out to the marginalized and the lost with open arms. In a world where the elite ruled and the ordinary suffered, Christianity's message of salvation became a siren song, drawing followers away from the once mighty temples of Mithras. Every day, as the sun sank below the horizon, the Brotherhood of Mithras felt the tightening grip of change, and a darkness loomed over their sacred rites. With each passing year, the temples that had once pulsed with life grew eerily silent. Where laughter and camaraderie had echoed in the chambers, only whispers of doubt remained. The lavish feasts that celebrated the bonds of brotherhood were replaced by the hollow clang of empty goblets, a stark reminder of the growing divide. The followers of Mithras watched helplessly as their once thriving community began to splinter, torn apart by the insidious rise of rival beliefs. Men who had sworn eternal loyalty now found themselves drawn into the warm embrace of a new faith offering them the promise of heaven itself. As if orchestrated by some unseen hand, political shifts further compounded their plight. The edicts from the emperor unrolled like a dark cloud over the Mithraic temples. While Christianity gained imperial favor, the followers of Mithras felt the sting of neglect. The very structures that had once sheltered their sacred practices began to crumble, both in brick and in spirit. Those who had once gathered to invoke the power of the sun found themselves shunned, their rituals relegated to mere relics of a forgotten past. The Brotherhood, once strong, began to fracture under the weight of a new world order. Desperation seeped into their hearts, and the flickering candles of their devotion dimmed. Leaders rose and fell, trying to rally the faithful, but the fervor of Mithras became a fading echo against the relentless march of change. The sacred bull, once a symbol of strength, now stood as a ghostly reminder of what was lost. The rites that had nourished their souls transformed into whispered memories, shared only in the cover of darkness, as if speaking of them too loudly would summon further doom. Yet, within the shadows, a glimmer still flickered. The most devoted clung tightly to the remnants of their faith, fiercely guarding the ancient rites that had once united them. They believed that if they could just hold on a little longer, perhaps the sun would rise once more for Mithras. But time was a cruel master, and the sands of fate were slipping through their fingers. The rise of Christianity became not just a competition, but a battleground, as the soldiers of faith clashed over the hearts and minds of a weary populace. As the chill of winter approached, the last ember of hope began to fade. Conflicts erupted in the streets, where the followers of Mithras and the new Christians faced off in a desperate plea for recognition. The air crackled with tension, a fierce struggle for belonging, for meaning. As voices rose in heated debates, the faithful of Mithras felt like specters haunting their own legacy, watching helplessly as a new dawn broke over the lands they had once called their own. In the depths of the underground temples, the last rituals were performed with trembling hands and heavy hearts. The sacred rites, once vibrant and full of life, now felt like echoes of a time long past. The sound of dripping water mirrored the tears of the faithful, mourning the loss of their community, their identity. Each prayer uttered felt like a farewell, a desperate grasp at something that was slipping away. In those final moments, the walls seemed to whisper back, as if mourning alongside them, remembering the laughter that once filled the air. As the last flicker of candlelight danced against the stone, an ominous realization settled over the faithful. The twilight of Mithras was upon them, and the shadows of the new faith were stretching ever longer. They were not just losing a god. They were losing a part of themselves. The weight of history bore down heavily, and with it came the palpable fear of becoming mere footnotes in a greater story, one that was no longer theirs to tell. Yet, hope flickered in the hearts of a few, a stubborn flame refusing to extinguish. They believed in the resilience of their faith, in the strength of their brotherhood. Even amidst despair, they sought to rally their dwindling numbers, to fight back against the tide that seemed determined to wash them away. But as the world around them transformed, they could not ignore the pull of the new god, the warm glow that promised a different kind of light, a light that beckoned to their fellow followers, offering them a chance to belong once more. The battle was not merely for survival. It was a struggle for the very soul of a civilization. As the walls of their sacred temples echoed with the footsteps of the past, the faithful of Mithras faced an uncertain future, a crossroads where the sun set on one era, while the dawn of another loomed just beyond the horizon. The tension in the air thickened, charged with emotion. as their story began to fade into history, leaving only whispers of what once was. And yet, amidst the uncertainty, the spirit of Mithras lingered, waiting for its moment to rise once more, igniting a flicker of hope in the darkest of times. A chill swept through the dimly lit chamber, candles flickering as shadows danced upon the walls, whispering secrets of gods and men. The air thickened with a palpable tension, as if the very stones of the ancient buildings held their breath. In Rome, where the heart of the empire pulsed with power and ambition, a mysterious figure emerged from the depths of the earth. Mithras, the god born of rock, slayer of the bull, and shrouded in enigma. In the writings of the ancients, Mithras was not just another deity. He was a symbol of hope and strength, cloaked in mystery. The Roman poet Lucan, with a pen as sharp as a dagger, painted vivid scenes of battle and loyalty, invoking the image of Mithras as a warrior whose very essence was intertwined with the fate of the empire. His verses thrummed with the urgency of a heartbeat, capturing the raw energy of the cult that flourished among soldiers and seekers alike. Lucan's words transformed the god into an embodiment of unyielding courage, a figure whose triumphs mirrored the struggles of those in the empire, creating an emotional bond that transcended mere worship. Historians, too, were captivated by Mithras, weaving tales of his influence in the fabric of Roman life. The writings of Pliny the Elder brimmed with references to this enigmatic deity. With every stroke of his quill, Pliny evoked the grandeur of Mithras' mysteries, hinting at secret rites performed in the catacombs and temples hidden beneath the city. The connection between Mithras and the cosmos revealed itself in the way the god was depicted, rising from a slumbering bull, surrounded by the stars, as if the universe itself conspired to testify to his glory. Each image spoke to the deep longing of the human soul for connection and meaning, stirring emotions that lingered long after the words were read. In a world rife with the chaos of conquest and the uncertainties of fate, the poetry of Statius echoed the sentiments of the faithful. In his verses, Mithras was not merely a figure of mythology but a beacon of light amid darkness. Statius captured the powerful sense of camaraderie among those who worshipped Mithras, portraying the ecstatic joy that erupted when the sacred rites were performed. As the initiates gathered, clad in white robes, the air crackled with anticipation. The beating of drums reverberated, merging with the heartbeat of the earth itself. You could almost hear their whispers, fervently calling upon their god, beseeching him for strength and guidance. Such moments, immortalized in verse, held the power to transport readers to the very heart of this ancient brotherhood. And then, there was the tantalizing imagery of the Mithraeum, the hidden sanctuaries where the faithful gathered. These underground temples, adorned with intricate carvings and frescoes, told stories of creation and rebirth. The writings of Apuleius hinted at the sacred initiations that took place in these shadowy spaces, their rituals filled with symbolic acts designed to awaken the spiritual within. The thrill of secrecy electrified the air. One could almost feel the weight of the ancient stones, vibrating with the echoes of the past. Each initiation was a passage, a rite of passage that linked the individual to the divine. With every secret revealed, the reader could sense the thrill of transformation, the powerful emotion that coursed through those who sought the light of Mithras. But it was the historian Tacitus who cast a more critical eye upon this burgeoning religion, revealing the tensions that simmered beneath the surface. His writings hinted at the struggles faced by the followers of Mithras, caught between the old gods and the new. In the shadows of Rome, whispers of dissent and fear mingled with fervent devotion. The very existence of Mithras challenged the traditional pantheon, igniting a conflict that reverberated through the pages of history. Tacitus laid bare the emotions of those who felt torn between their loyalty to the empire and their yearning for something deeper, something transcendent. It was a struggle that mirrored the human experience, resonating with anyone who had ever felt the pull of conflicting desires. The tension rose as the turn of the century approached, and the writings of the poet Juvenal captured the despair felt by many. In savage, biting verses, he questioned the very fabric of Roman society, decrying the moral decay that surrounded him. Amidst his scathing critiques, Mithras appeared as a symbol of hope, a glimmer of integrity in a world spiraling into chaos. Juvenal's words, infused with a deep sense of urgency, invoked a longing for a return to the values embodied by the god, a sense of honor, loyalty, and a connection to the divine. The emotional weight of his poetry could be felt with each line, urging the reader to reflect on their own life, their own struggles amidst the relentless tide of time. Yet, the allure of Mithras was not just in the pages of poetry and prose. It spilled into the lives of everyday Romans. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the streets would fill with the sounds of laughter and the clinking of cups. In taverns and homes, men would gather to share tales of their beloved god, recounting the mysteries that filled their hearts with wonder. The stories morphed with each telling, growing richer and more vibrant, binding the community together in a shared belief that transcended the mundane. As the empire expanded, so too did the influence of Mithras, creeping into the hearts of soldiers stationed far from home. They carried with them the stories of his courage, his unwavering strength, and the promise of protection. In the distant corners of the empire, whispers of Mithras echoed through the barracks, mingling with the dreams of warriors who sought to find solace in the darkest of nights. The writings of Dio Chrysostom reflected this longing, capturing the essence of the soldier's spirit and their connection to the divine. Each soldier stood as a testament to the duality of man, fierce yet vulnerable, brave yet fearful. In those moments of reflection, the legacy of Mithras breathed life into their hopes, igniting a fire within that could not be extinguished. The tension between faith and doubt continued to weave its intricate dance through the annals of Roman history. As the empire faced its inevitable decline, the writings of early Christian leaders began to reflect the shifting tides. The figure of Mithras, once a symbol of unwavering strength, became intertwined with the narratives of a new faith. The emotional currents ran deep, as the ancient stories were reinterpreted to either vilify or venerate the god who had once captivated the hearts of so many. In the shadows where candles flickered and shadows whispered, the story of Mithras continued, never truly fading away. The echoes of his name resonated through the ages, leaving behind a legacy that would be cherished, questioned, and revered. As the sun set on the Roman Empire, the words written by those who sought to capture the essence of Mithras lingered, vibrating with a life of their own. The narrative twisted and turned, drawing in new generations, beckoning them to uncover the layers of meaning that still pulsed beneath the surface. The powerful figure of Mithras, once a secret whispered in the dark, cast a long shadow across the pages of history, leaving the reader hanging on the brink of discovery, ready to plunge into the next chapter of the tale. In the flickering shadows of ancient corridors, where the silence is pregnant with history, a sparkle catches the eye, a fragment of stone, its surface etched with mysteries of a forgotten cult. The air hangs heavy with anticipation as archaeologists, with hearts racing, brush aside layers of dirt that have hidden the past for centuries. What stories lie within these walls? What secrets are waiting to be unearthed? Mithraism, a religion that flourished in the shadows of the Roman Empire, grips the imagination like the first breath of dawn after a long night. It was a faith shrouded in secrecy and ritual, dedicated to the sun god Mithras, who was born from a rock, a symbol of life and rebirth. As the team uncovers Mithraic temples, known as Mithraea, each artifact reveals a connection to a world steeped in enigmatic beliefs, a clandestine brotherhood of men seeking salvation from the chaos of life. In the dim light of a Mithraeum in Rome, the atmosphere is electric. The stone walls, adorned with vivid frescoes, depict scenes of Mithras slaying the bull, an act that symbolizes the triumph of good over evil. The colors, though faded, seem to pulse with life, each brushstroke a whisper from the past. The archaeologists pause, their breaths caught in their throats, as they envision the men who once gathered here, cloaked in mystery and purpose. The flicker of oil lamps illuminated the faces of the faithful, their eyes shining with devotion as they participated in rituals designed to forge a bond with the divine. As they excavate further, the clink of tools against stone becomes a rhythmic heartbeat. Each layer of dirt that falls away reveals more than just artifacts. It uncovers the hopes, fears, and dreams of those who walked these very paths. A small, bronze relief depicting Mithras in the act of sacrificing the bull sends shivers down their spines. This was not merely art. It was an invocation, a powerful symbol that connected the worshippers to the cosmos, to the eternal struggle between light and darkness. The excitement builds as they uncover the remains of altars, where offerings of bread and wine were made, mirroring the Last Supper that would come centuries later. The very thought sends chills through the team, how these simple gestures echoed the universal human quest for connection, for belonging, transcending time and culture. The artifacts, painstakingly retrieved from the earth, breathe life into the stories of the past, each one a thread in the intricate tapestry of history. Outside, the world rushes by, unaware of the miracles hidden beneath its feet. But within the sacred chambers, time stands still. The air thickens with a sense of reverence as they examine inscriptions carved into stone. Words that might have once resonated with deep meaning now lie silent, yet they carry an echo of the devotion that filled the space. Each letter seems to vibrate with the energy of ancient prayers, trembling at the thought of being heard once more. Historians interpret these findings, and their excitement becomes palpable. They speak of the initiation rituals, where candidates symbolically died and were reborn, emerging into a new life as sons of Mithras. The imagery of the bull, the sun, and the zodiac signs intertwine, creating a cosmic narrative that captivates the imagination. The team can almost hear the chants that once filled these chambers, a fervent chorus of brotherhood and faith, wrapping around them like a warm embrace. The walls whisper secrets of another time, teasing them with tales of camaraderie and devotion. As they uncover intricate mosaics depicting celestial scenes, a sense of wonder washes over them. How these images might have filled the hearts of the initiate with awe as they reaffirmed their faith in the face of an uncertain world. Each mosaic is not just a decoration. It is a testament to spiritual journeys, a reminder of the bonds forged in the solitude of night under the watchful gaze of stars. Then the discovery of small figurines, tiny, carefully crafted representations of Mithras, each one unique and imbued with a sense of personality. The archaeologists cannot help but feel a connection, as if these relics are reaching out to them through the veil of time. Were they once held by trembling hands during fervent prayers? The thought sends shivers down their spines, igniting their imagination. As the excavation continues, the team stumbles upon a hidden chamber, its entrance concealed beneath a pile of stones. The thrill of the unknown surges through them, igniting their curiosity like a flame. The atmosphere grows tense with anticipation as they carefully remove the debris, revealing an untouched sanctum. The walls are lined with inscriptions, and the air is thick with the scent of ancient incense, evoking visions of somber rituals held by candlelight. The flickering shadows dance across the room, bringing the past startlingly close. A palpable energy fills the chamber as they uncover a series of exquisite reliefs carved into the stone, depicting not just Mithras but also the figures of other deities, the cosmic interplay of faith that transcended boundaries. The archaeologists cannot help but feel a rush of emotion at the realization that these were not mere decorations. They served as a bridge between worlds, invoking protection, hope, and guidance. The artifacts tell a story of perseverance in a world grappling with change. They hint at a time when faith was a refuge from despair, and brotherhood was a lifeline in a turbulent sea. Their hearts beat faster as they piece together the stories of the men who immersed themselves in the sacred rites, seeking solace and enlightenment. As they extract the last artifacts from the earth, a deep sense of responsibility washes over them. These relics are not mere objects. They are vessels of emotion, bearing witness to struggles, triumphs, and the unyielding quest for meaning. Each item, from the most intricate mosaics to the humblest of tokens, merges into a narrative that transcends time, weaving together the threads of human experience. And just as they think they have reached the pinnacle of their discovery, a glimmer catches the light. A small, ornate key, its surface etched with symbols that spark a flicker of recognition. It promises access to hidden histories, to further secrets buried in the sands of time. The aura of mystery grows thicker, drawing them deeper into the labyrinth of the past, beckoning them to uncover what lies beyond. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the ancient temples where whispers of mystery hung in the air. In the flickering shadows, figures moved with purpose, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames of torches. It was in these sacred spaces, from the bustling streets of Rome to the rugged landscapes of Persia, that the iconography of Mithras unfolded, a tapestry rich in emotion and meaning, stirring the hearts of those who dared to gaze upon it. In the chilly depths of a Mithraeum, the air thick with incense, a group of initiates gathered, their faces painted with reverence and anticipation. The central motif of Mithras slaying the bull loomed above them, a striking image that sparked an electric thrill in their veins. Each stroke of the artist's brush, every finely chiseled detail, held the power of transformation. The bull's muscles rippled beneath Mithras's grip, a testament to strength and sacrifice. But as the initiates looked closely, they discovered something remarkable: the way this powerful image changed depending on where it was found. In Rome, Mithras appeared strong, heroic, a warrior god who stood tall against the backdrop of a starry night. Here, the scene was grandiose, designed to evoke awe and inspire loyalty. The bull was depicted in dramatic fashion, its blood pooling on the ground, rich and red, a symbol of rebirth and new beginnings. Each detail was meticulously crafted to reflect the ideals of the Roman Empire, where power and valor were celebrated above all. On the other hand, journey eastward to a Mithraeum in the provinces of the Danube, and a different story emerged. The imagery softened, becoming more intimate and personal. Mithras still held the bull, but the depiction was less about the spectacle of violence and more about the connection between the divine and the believer. Here, the background might feature lush greenery, symbolizing nature's embrace and a sense of harmony. The blood of the bull flowed not just as a sacrifice, but as a life-giving force, nurturing the earth and its inhabitants. This imagery pulled at the heartstrings, evoking a sense of community and reverence for the natural world. As initiates in the Danube region gazed upon the artwork, they felt a bond with Mithras that was deeply emotional. Unlike the grandiosity of Rome, the focus here was on the personal relationship between the worshipper and the divine. It was a reminder that in the act of sacrifice, there was also an act of love, a love that flowed from the heart of the earth itself. Travel further to the eastern provinces, and the iconography took on yet another layer of meaning. In the complex mosaics and reliefs found in places like Dura-Europos, Mithras was depicted not just as a lone figure, but surrounded by an entourage of celestial beings and symbolic animals. Here, the scene expanded, capturing the cosmos, stars, and planets swirling around him. The initiates who viewed these images felt a rush of connection to the universe, as if they were part of something much larger than themselves. The emotions stirred within them were a potent mix of fear and awe, a reminder of their smallness in the face of the vastness of existence. But the variations did not stop there. In some regions, Mithras was shown in a more contemplative pose, seated beside the bull. This subtle shift invited reflection, suggesting that within the violence of the sacrifice lay a moment of peace. The initiates could feel their breath catch in their throats as they recognized their own struggles mirrored in the imagery. They saw their own sacrifices reflected in Mithras's act, the constant battle between light and dark, life and death. In the far reaches of the east, the imagery became even more elaborate, infused with local customs and deities. The bull's blood mingled with the waters of life, drawing upon the ancient traditions of fertility and regeneration. The initiates felt the weight of history pressing down upon them, linking them to generations past. It was more than a ritual. It was a celebration of life itself, a rite that transcended time and space. As the night deepened, the shadows danced against the walls of the Mithraeum, and the initiates whispered to one another, their hearts racing with a shared understanding. Each regional variation of Mithras's iconography spoke to the soul in different ways, resonating with the values and beliefs of the people who worshipped him. The tension in the air was palpable, a deep yearning for connection to something greater, for understanding the mysteries of life and death. The emotions stirred in these sacred spaces were powerful, creating a bond that transcended mere belief. Each image was a story waiting to be told, each detail a heartbeat in the tapestry of faith. The initiates laughed, cried, and prayed, caught in the web of their own interpretations. The air crackled with the promise of revelation, as the lines of mythology and personal experience blurred together. As they stepped back from the imagery, their minds whirling, they could feel the weight of each variation resting heavily on their shoulders. The question loomed: how could such different expressions of the same deity capture their hearts so profoundly? The answer danced just beyond their reach, tantalizing and out of grasp, like the flicker of torchlight in the darkness. It was a mystery that felt as eternal as time itself. And as the flames flickered and the night stretched on, the initiates found themselves poised on the edge of transformation, ready to step into the depths of meaning that awaited them. Each image they encountered was not just a testament to a god, but a mirror reflecting their own struggles and victories. The iconography of Mithras was more than art. It was a living expression of their hopes, fears, and desires, drawing them into an unending cycle of discovery where the past intertwined with the present. The night whispered promises of revelation, urging them onward into the heart of the mysteries that lay just ahead. A flickering torch illuminated the dimly lit cave, its glow dancing against the rough stone walls where soldiers gathered in hushed anticipation. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and earth, the kind of atmosphere that made the heart race and the spirit soar. In this sacred space, a brotherhood stronger than blood was forged, bound not just by loyalty to Rome, but by a shared devotion to the enigmatic figure of Mithras, the god of light, truth, and the unyielding fight against darkness. The soldiers, clad in worn leather armor, stood shoulder to shoulder, their faces a blend of resolve and tension. Each one was marked by experiences that had shaped them: battles fought, comrades lost, and victories celebrated under the vast, indifferent sky. They had come to this underground sanctuary not just for the rituals, but for the promise of loyalty that Mithras symbolized. Here, they sought strength, not just for the battles that lay ahead, but for the bonds that would carry them through the darkest times. At the center of their gathering stood Lucius, a centurion with a reputation for unwavering bravery. His scarred face told stories of conflict and survival, but tonight, his eyes shone with the fire of faith. He had witnessed the power of Mithras in battle, felt the surge of courage coursing through him as he faced the enemy, knowing that the god's protection enveloped him like a shield. It was this belief that prompted him to lead his men into the depths of the cave, to share the sacred rites that would strengthen their unity. As the ceremonial chant began, an electric energy filled the space. The soldiers raised their hands, palms upward, as if reaching for the divine. Each voice rose in harmony, a powerful reminder that they were not alone. They were part of something larger, a force that transcended mere loyalty to Rome. In the eyes of Mithras, they found a shared purpose, a reason to fight and to protect not just their homeland, but each other. In the flickering light, young Marcus, barely old enough to hold a sword, stood beside Lucius. The boy's hands trembled, not from fear but from the weight of the moment. It was his first ceremony, and he felt the weight of his brother's expectations resting on his shoulders. He glanced up at Lucius, who offered a reassuring nod, silently communicating the strength of their bond. This moment was not just a rite of passage. It was a pledge of loyalty that would resonate long after the last echo of their voices faded. As the ritual continued, the soldiers partook in the sacred meal, a simple offering of bread and wine. For them, it was more than sustenance. It was the communion of souls, the mingling of hopes and fears, a reminder of the sacrifices they were willing to make for one another. The act of sharing this meal was a vow, a silent agreement that they would stand together against whatever came their way. Each bite was infused with the spirit of Mithras, nourishing their resolve and fortifying their spirits. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Outside, the distant sounds of war drums beat like a heart thrumming with urgency. The soldiers paused, a wave of tension sweeping through the cave. They exchanged glances, the unspoken understanding flowing between them. This was more than a test of loyalty. It was a call to arms. Lucius felt the adrenaline surge, not just in himself but in every soldier around him. The air crackled with anticipation, the unity among them transforming from quiet faith to fierce determination. With a steely gaze, Lucius stepped forward, drawing the attention of his brothers. "Tonight, we fight not just for Rome, but for each other," he declared, his voice a rallying cry that resonated deep in their hearts. "Mithras stands with us, and together, we are invincible." The words ignited a fire within the men, fueling their courage and reviving their spirits. They were not just soldiers. They were a family bound by loyalty and faith. As they prepared to leave the cave, the weight of their shared commitment pressed heavily on their shoulders. Each soldier felt the pulse of brotherhood coursing through them, a bond that would remain unbreakable, even in the face of death. They clasped forearms, looking each other in the eye, forging an unspoken pact that they would return, no matter the cost. Outside, the world was alive with chaos. The clash of swords and the cries of battle echoed through the air, a stark reminder of the harsh reality awaiting them. But within that turmoil, they felt the presence of Mithras, emboldening their hearts and steadying their hands. With hearts pounding and minds focused, they charged into the fray, ready to meet whatever fate awaited them. Each swing of the sword was a testament to their loyalty, a dance of brotherhood forged in the fires of battle. As they fought side by side, the memories of their shared faith resonated deep within them, each blow against the enemy echoing the chants of the cave, the sacred meal, and the binding promises made in the flickering light. In the chaos, Lucius spotted Marcus, fear etched on the boy's face as he fought bravely but struggled against a larger opponent. Time slowed for Lucius. He felt the weight of their brotherhood surge within him. Without a second thought, he plunged forward, combating the enemy with a fierce determination. The moment was a whirlwind of heartbeats and battle cries, a testament to the bond that held them together. As the dust settled and the sounds of battle faded into the distance, the soldiers stood together, panting and weary, but victorious. In the aftermath, they surveyed the battlefield, each wounded soul a reminder of the price they paid for their loyalty. Yet, amid the chaos, they found solace in the knowledge that they had each other, that the brotherhood forged in the darkness of the cave had emerged stronger than ever. Their journey was far from over. With the flickering light of Mithras guiding their way, they were ready to embrace the challenges ahead. United in loyalty, unwavering in faith, bound forever by the brotherhood that had become their lifeblood. And as they marched forward into the unknown, the spirit of Mithras lingered, a constant reminder that their bond was unbreakable, a force that would carry them through the trials yet to come. In the shadowy depths of ancient Rome, where the weight of marble columns loomed overhead and the air was thick with whispers, there existed a movement that pulsed like a heartbeat beneath the surface of the Grand Empire. This was Mithraism, a mysterious cult that captivated the minds and souls of its followers, weaving a tapestry of belief that intertwined with the very fabric of Roman society. The candlelight flickered in dimly lit temples as initiates gathered, their hearts racing with anticipation for the rites that would bind them together in a brotherhood unlike any other. There was something electric in the air, something that promised transformation. Young men, clad in simple tunics, entered the sacred space, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and excitement. They exchanged knowing glances, their breaths quickening as if they could feel the weight of the ancient gods pressing down upon them. The flickering flames cast shadows that danced along the walls, illuminating the powerful image of Mithras slaying the bull. A scene so primal, it awakened a deep, instinctual reverence in those who witnessed it. The bull's blood spilled, representing life, death, and rebirth. For the Romans, this was not just a story. It was a vital thread in their existence, connecting them to the celestial. As each initiate knelt, they felt the electric pulse of the community around them, a bond forged in the fires of shared belief. In those moments, they were not just individuals, they were part of something larger, a cosmic battle that transcended the mundane. Mithraism, with its intricate rituals and secretive gatherings, seeped into the very essence of Roman culture. It offered a sense of belonging amidst the chaos of urban life, a refuge for soldiers, traders, and slaves alike. Men of all ranks, from the most humble to the nobility, found solace in the shared experience of worship. They gathered in underground temples known as Mithria, hidden from the prying eyes of a society that often dismissed such mysteries. In these hallowed spaces, they became equals, bound by their faith in the God of light and truth. The lessons of Mithras echoed through the streets of Rome. As soldiers returned from distant lands, their loyalty to the sun god infused the army with a renewed sense of purpose. They wore the symbols of Mithras on their armor, believing the deity would protect them in battle. Each victory was a testament to the strength of their faith, each defeat a call to deeper devotion. The camaraderie built in these underground sanctuaries spilled over into the ranks, fostering a sense of unity that fortified the legions. Even as the empire expanded, so too did the influence of Mithraism. Its symbols found their way into the art and architecture of Rome. Statues of Mithras slaying the bull adorned public spaces, inviting the gaze of passersby who could only wonder at the hidden meanings behind such powerful imagery. The stories of rebirth and resurrection rippled through society, echoing the existential struggles of everyday life. For the Romans, these tales were not mere myths. They were essential truths, a way to grapple with mortality and the uncertainty of the afterlife. As the sun set over the 7 hills, the glow of oil lamps illuminated the faces of the initiates, their hearts pounding like war drums. The air was thick with incense and anticipation. Each rite was an initiation into a sacred brotherhood, a promise of security in both this world and the next. The act of communion, sharing bread and wine, transformed into a profound ritual, a moment of connection that transcended the physical realm. It brought the community together, fostering loyalty and mutual support that would endure beyond the walls of the Mithraeum. In the marketplace, merchants spoke of the strength of the Mithraic brotherhood. They shared tales of how their bonds extended beyond the sacred space, influencing trade and alliances. Transactions took on a new meaning, built not just on profit but on trust and loyalty. The seal of Mithras became a mark of honor, a signal that one could be relied upon in both business and life. The empire thrived on these connections, cementing Mithraism's place in the heart of Roman commerce. But the brilliance of Mithraism was not without its shadows. As Christianity began to rise, the struggle for souls intensified. Mithraic practices, once celebrated, faced scrutiny. The halls of power echoed with opposing views, and whispers of dissent began to surface. The emperors, once protectors of the ancient traditions, found themselves at a crossroads. Would they stand by the familiar paths of the past, or embrace the new dawn that promised salvation and eternal life? In the midst of this turmoil, the Mithraic community clung fiercely to their beliefs. They adapted, weaving their narratives into the fabric of a changing society. The symbols of Mithras, once confined to shadowy temples, began to find their way into the broader culture, influencing art, philosophy, and even the political landscape. The struggle for dominance became a reflection of the human condition, a dance between light and darkness, faith and doubt. The intensity of devotion burned hotter than ever in the hearts of the faithful, as they gathered for secretive meetings under the cover of night. The stakes were high, and the air crackled with tension. They could feel the world shifting around them, and with each gathering, they reminded one another of the strength they found in their shared beliefs. The ancient tales, filled with trials and triumphs, rang louder than any debate. Mithras became not just a god, but a beacon of hope for those feeling adrift in an uncertain world. As the moon cast its silver light over the Mithria, the rituals continued, binding the community tighter with each passing night. The echoes of their prayers rose up like smoke, curling toward the heavens. Even as the tides of faith shifted, the spirit of Mithras endured, a flickering flame in the shadows of an empire grappling with its own evolution. And so the story unfolds, spiraling into a future painted with conflict and camaraderie, where the impact of Mithraism on Roman culture and society continued to reverberate, intertwining the destinies of believers and skeptics alike. Each moment, heavy with meaning, beckoned the next chapter, a relentless narrative that stretched far beyond the confines of time, urging all who witnessed it to feel the weight of history and the power of belief. In the flickering candlelight of a hidden chamber, the air thrummed with anticipation, a palpable tension wrapping around the initiates like the thick robes they wore. These men, cloaked in the weight of ancient secrets, gathered in the shadows, their hearts racing as the moment approached when they would step into a world beyond the mundane. Each man was prepared to leave behind the ordinary life of the Roman streets for something greater, an entry into Mithraism, a faith of light and strength. The rituals that bound them together were steeped in profound symbolism. Here, in this austere space, they were not just individuals but pieces of a larger puzzle, an intricate design that linked them to a divine force. The initiate's journey began with a simple yet powerful rite of passage, a promise made to shed the old self. Each young man raised his hand to the sky, swearing loyalty to the god Mithras, an act as ancient as the very stones that surrounded them. In that moment, they were not just men. They were reborn warriors, bound by their faith and by each other. Their social structure was more than a hierarchy. It was a tapestry woven from threads of camaraderie, sacrifice, and shared purpose. Each initiate took on a specific role, contributing to the community in a way that spoke of mutual respect and devotion. The first level, the Chorix, or Crow, was the entry point where the curious found their footing. These were the newcomers, eager to learn and hungry for knowledge, their eyes shining with the thrill of the unknown. As they passed through trials and tests, climbing higher, they transformed, shedding their skin like snakes, growing bolder and more resolute. The next level, the Nymphis, represented a deeper commitment. Here, the initiate was no longer just a seeker. He became a confidant, a trusted brother in arms. The bond between these men deepened as they shared secrets whispered in the dark, revelations that shook the very foundation of their previous lives. They found strength in vulnerability, courage in their shared fears. The laughter that echoed through the chamber was not just joy but a testament to their unity, a sound that resonated with the heartbeat of a sacred brotherhood. The atmosphere shifted as the initiates prepared for the epic trials of the Miles, the soldier class, where the stakes grew heavier. Each man donned armor, both literal and metaphorical, ready to face the challenges laid before them. And as they stood shoulder to shoulder, the air thick with resolve, they felt an unbreakable connection, a silent acknowledgement that they were no longer just individuals. They were warriors, defenders of a faith that demanded everything. What lay ahead were not just tests of strength but also of the spirit. The trials were brutal, pushing them to their limits, forcing them to confront their fears, their weaknesses. They fought not only against one another but also against the shadows within themselves. Each struggle was a crucible, refining their character, melting away the dross to reveal the gold beneath. They emerged battered but triumphant, their souls forged in the fires of trial and sacrifice. At the pinnacle of their journey stood the Pater, the father figure of the community, a title that carried weight and honor. The Pater was not merely a leader. He was a guide, a mentor who held the knowledge of all that had come before. His wisdom illuminated the path for those who followed, and under his gaze, initiates felt both awe and kinship. They craved his approval, his guidance, as if it were the sunlight they needed to grow. In his presence, they found not just authority but a deep sense of belonging, an anchor in the storm of life's uncertainties. Yet, the social structure of Mithraism went beyond the ranks and titles. It was a living, breathing entity, a web of relationships that transcended the confines of mere ritual. The bonds forged in that sacred space carried into the bustling streets of the Roman Empire, where these men took their beliefs into the world. They became leaders, soldiers, and merchants, their shared experiences marking them as part of something far greater than themselves. As the initiate journeyed through the ranks, he realized that the essence of Mithraism lay not just in the mysteries of the god, but in the profound connections he formed with his brothers. Each man shared his struggles, fears, and triumphs, creating a safe haven amidst the chaos of the world outside. Together, they laughed, cried, and fought, each moment a thread that wove them closer into the intricate fabric of their faith. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the ancient stones, and the initiates felt the weight of their choices pressing upon them. They stood poised at the edge of a new beginning, ready to step into the unknown, bound by the promises they made in the flickering candlelight. With hearts pounding and spirits alight, they prepared to face whatever the future held, their brotherhood a shield against the darkness that threatened to encroach. It was in that critical moment, when they found strength in unity, that the true power of Mithraism revealed itself. They were warriors, yes, but above all, they were brothers. And as the last echo of their laughter faded into the cool evening air, the promise of tomorrow beckoned them forward, a new chapter waiting to be written. A chapter that would intertwine their fates with the divine and the eternal, pushing them ever deeper into the mysteries that awaited. The air crackled with anticipation, the kind that sends shivers down the spine. Torches flickered in the dimness of an underground temple, casting dancing shadows that played against the stone walls like the whispers of ancient secrets. The rhythmic pounding of drums filled the cavern, echoing off the stone and reverberating through the hearts of the gathered faithful. This was no ordinary gathering. It was a celebration steeped in mystery and profound significance, the Mithraic festivals. As the participants clad in white robes approached the altar, the scent of incense wafted through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp stone. Each step felt heavy with meaning. They were not just here to celebrate. They were here to connect with something greater than themselves, to honor Mithras, the sun god, whose essence illuminated their lives. Each festival was a tapestry woven with threads of hope, brotherhood, and the eternal struggle between light and darkness. In the midst of the crowd stood Marcus, a young initiate whose heart raced with both excitement and trepidation. He had heard tales of the rituals, the moment when the priests would reenact the slaying of the cosmic bull, a powerful symbol of life, death, and rebirth. This was the crux of the Mithraic festivals, a ceremony believed to bestow strength and wisdom upon the participants. The anticipation gripped him, and he felt the weight of history upon his shoulders. The beating of the drums intensified, creating a pulse that resonated in the bones of everyone present. Suddenly, the lead priest, a figure draped in deep red, emerged from the shadows. His voice rose above the din, weaving a spell that captured the hearts of those who dared to listen. He spoke not just of rituals but of the sun's journey across the sky, of light defeating darkness. His words ignited a fire in the souls of the listeners, stirring a longing for connection and understanding. As the ceremony unfolded, a sense of awe engulfed the room. The priests moved with grace, performing ancient rites that had been passed down through generations. With each gesture, they summoned the essence of Mithras, drawing the faithful closer to a divine presence. Marcus felt an overwhelming sense of unity. It was as if the very walls of the temple were alive, pulsing with energy, echoing the collective heartbeat of the gathered souls. The highlight of the festival was the moment when the bull was symbolically slain. The priests, wielding ornate daggers, danced around a life-sized effigy, their movements imbued with profound purpose. In that moment, a hush fell over the crowd. The air thickened with tension, hearts raced, and breaths held. With each strike of the dagger, it felt as if the very fabric of existence was being torn, giving way to renewal. It was a dance of life and death, a reminder that in every ending lies a new beginning. A flare of excitement surged through Marcus as he witnessed a profound transformation among his fellow initiates. Brothers embraced one another, tears mingling with joy on their cheeks. They were no longer just individuals. They were a collective force, bound by the sacred oaths they had taken. Each festival served as a reminder that they were more than mere mortals. They were part of a larger cosmic plan, touching the divine through their devotion. As the night wore on, the festivities transitioned into feasting and revelry. Tables overflowed with bread, wine, and fruits, symbols of abundance and prosperity. Laughter rang through the halls, blending seamlessly with the echoes of the ancient rituals. This was a time of celebration, a moment where communal bonds grew stronger. The men and women shared stories, laughter, and dreams, their spirits rising with each passing hour. Yet, beneath the joy, a current of tension lingered. Whispers of the mysteries of Mithras still hung in the air, tantalizing and elusive. Each initiate knew that they were at the threshold of deeper knowledge, a promise that lay just beyond the veil of the festivals. The rituals were not merely a celebration. They were a gateway to understanding the divine, to grasping the very essence of life itself. As the stars twinkled above, casting a celestial glow upon the temple, Marcus couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. The festivals were a celebration of the journey, not the destination. Each rite, each prayer, whispered of a deeper calling. He felt a stirring within him, a yearning to embrace the mysteries that lay ahead. Suddenly, a loud cheer erupted, pulling him back to the moment. The lead priest raised a chalice high, filled with the sacred wine, calling for silence. It was time for the final toast, a gesture that encapsulated everything the Mithraic festival stood for, a celebration of life, of brotherhood, and of the indomitable spirit of light overcoming darkness. "May Mithras guide us," the priest proclaimed, his voice resonating through the temple, igniting a fire within every heart present. As the chalice was passed around, each person took their turn to drink, infusing their spirits with the essence of the divine. Laughter, joy, and a shared purpose filled the air, a testament to the bonds formed in this sacred space. But even as joy enveloped them, the night held its secrets close. There were unspoken truths lurking in the shadows, mysteries that awaited discovery. Marcus, filled with a mix of excitement and uncertainty, realized that this was merely a chapter in a much larger story, a story that intertwined their fates with the eternal cycles of life and death, of sun and shadow. And as the stars twinkled above, Marcus looked around at his brothers and sisters, his heart swelling with pride and purpose. The festival would end, but the journey was far from over. Each moment here would ripple through time, echoing in their souls as they ventured forth into the world beyond the temple's stone walls, carrying the light of Mithras within them. The night was alive with possibility, and as the last echoes of laughter faded, the call of the unknown beckoned them toward the next chapter of their extraordinary lives. In the flickering torchlight of a hidden chamber, the air thick with the scent of incense and something earthy, a gathering buzzed with anticipation. Shadows danced against the cool stone walls, creating an atmosphere that was both sacred and secretive. Here, in this concealed sanctuary, the faithful of Mithras were drawn together, united by more than mere belief. They were bound by a shared experience, a ritual that transcended the mundane and whispered of deeper connections, of communion and community. As they settled into the circle, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of flames, the tension in the air was palpable. Each member's heart raced, not just from the thrill of the clandestine meeting, but from the profound significance of what was about to unfold. The rituals were more than performances. They were a bridge that spanned the chasm between the individual and the divine, a moment where the mortal world met the cosmos. In this sacred space, bread and wine awaited, simple yet profound, ready to transform the gathering into something greater. The participants donned their robes, rich fabrics that whispered of ancient traditions and whispered secrets of a long-lost world. Each piece draped over their shoulders felt like a talisman, a reminder of the promises made and the paths walked. They exchanged knowing glances, a silent acknowledgement of their shared purpose, their unity in faith. It was in this moment that they were not just individuals but parts of a greater whole, a living embodiment of a thriving community forged in the fires of belief and ritual. As the first loaf was broken, the room hushed, as if the very stones around them held their breath. The act of breaking bread was more than a symbol. It was an invocation of fellowship, a thread weaving through the lives of all present. The sound of tearing crust echoed softly, a serene reminder of the fragility of life and the strength found in togetherness. Each fragment of bread passed hand to hand, imbued with the sacred intention of the Mithraic bond. Wine flowed, crimson and glistening, sparkling like the stars that twinkled above the earthly realm. As goblets were raised, the air filled with a potent mix of reverence and excitement. They toasted to the mysteries of Mithras, to the cosmos that guided them, and to the promise of rebirth that lingered in the sweetness of the wine. Here, they were not just sipping from a cup. They were drinking deep from the well of community, each drop a reminder of the strength that came from their shared conviction. With every bite taken and every sip savored, they felt an electric connection, a pulse that resonated through the group. It was a communion that reached beyond the physical, tapping into something sacred and eternal. The act was transformative, each participant absorbing the spirit of Mithras, feeling as if the divine coursed through their veins. They were no longer alone, isolated in their struggles. They were part of a living tapestry, woven from threads of faith, camaraderie, and the timeless search for understanding. Laughter mingled with whispered prayers, creating a symphony of sound that filled the chamber. Stories of victories and trials emerged, each one a testament to the resilience of their community. With each shared tale, bonds tightened, and hearts swelled with pride. They were adventurers on a quest for truth in a world that often seemed indifferent. Here, they found solace in one another, a sanctuary where they could express doubts and fears without judgment. But as the night deepened, shadows grew longer. The weight of unspoken fears began to seep into the atmosphere. Outside, the world carried on, oblivious to the sacred gathering. Did the empire still breathe its confusion and chaos, or was it crumbling under the weight of its own hubris? The reality of the outside world pressed against the walls of their sanctuary, threatening to intrude upon their moment of unity. Yet, within, they were shielded, fortified by the bonds formed over shared meals, laughter, and whispered prayers. Each member felt the pull of the divine as they completed their rituals, the rituals that anchored them in a world that often felt adrift. The meals were not merely about sustenance. They were about renewal, about reaffirming their commitment to each other and to the ideals represented by Mithras. As they shared, they also reflected, each bite and sip a meditation on the path they chose to walk together. The final moments of the meal arrived, and the atmosphere shifted once more, thickening with emotion. Gratitude washed over them like a tide, and eyes glistened with tears of joy, of sorrow, of belonging. They were acolytes of something far greater than themselves, participants in a divine narrative that had woven its way through the ages. They knew, with a certainty that transcended words, that their connection was not bound by time or space. It would echo through the corridors of history, a pulse that would resonate long after they were gone. As the last loaf was shared and the final goblet emptied, the air was heavy with promises made in the flickering light. The bonds formed in this subterranean sanctuary would not be easily broken. They had tasted the divine together, and in doing so, they had carved their names into the very fabric of community. The soft murmur of their final prayers lingered, a hopeful echo that would carry them into the night. But the shadows danced still, with a sense of urgency, hinting at the challenges that lay ahead. The world outside was not a kind place, and whispers of strife and distraction loomed large. They felt the weight of their mission press against them, a calling that stirred their spirits. They were the guardians of a sacred trust, their rituals a bulwark against the encroaching darkness. And so, with hearts intertwined, they prepared to face a world that awaited them beyond the stone walls, where communion and community would be their guiding lights amid the uncertainty. In the flickering shadows of ancient Rome, a clandestine gathering unfolded within the stone walls of a dimly lit temple. The air, thick with incense and the whispers of the faithful, pulsed with a mix of reverence and anticipation. Cloaked figures gathered around an altar, their faces obscured but their hearts ablaze with a shared purpose. They were drawn here not just for spiritual enlightenment, but for a sense of belonging, a connection to something larger than themselves. This was Mithraism, a mystery cult that thrived in the shadows, its secrets tightly guarded. As the night deepened, the atmosphere crackled with intensity. The followers of Mithras, the god of light and truth, performed rituals that echoed the themes of life, death, and rebirth, central to many mystery cults of the time. The familiar motifs buzzed through the air, intertwining with the essence of other beliefs that flourished in the same vibrant, chaotic milieu. The echoes of ancient mysteries could be felt, cultures colliding, each influencing the other in an intricate dance of faith and devotion. Mithraism was not an isolated phenomenon. Its rites and beliefs bore striking similarities to those of the cult of Isis, where devoted followers worshipped a goddess who embodied both the nurturing and destructive forces of nature. The bond between Mithras and Isis was palpable. Both offered salvation and a promise of eternal life, yet each carried distinct narratives that captivated their followers. In secret chambers, initiates of Mithras could hear tales of Isis's journey to reclaim her beloved Osiris, and they could not help but find parallels in their own narratives of loyalty, sacrifice, and rebirth. At the same time, the flickering shadows of the Mithraeum whispered the influence of the Eleusinian mysteries. These ancient Greek rites, shrouded in their own veils of secrecy, celebrated the cycle of life and death through the myth of Demeter and Persephone. Just as the initiates of Eleusis drank from the sacred Kykeon, Mithras's followers shared their own sacred meals, symbolizing their unity with the divine and each other. Both groups sought profound truths hidden beneath layers of myth, searching for meaning in a world that often felt chaotic and cruel. The thrill of revelation coursed through the veins of those gathered in the Mithraeum. The rituals of Mithras, with their intricate symbolism and elaborate ceremonies, created emotional currents that transcended individual experience. The act of slaying the sacred bull, a chilling yet exhilarating rite, served not only as a powerful allegory of life's struggles, but also linked back to agricultural cycles and fertility, common themes shared with the cults of Demeter and Persephone. The energy in the room surged as the initiates drew on these shared themes, their hearts beating in time with the rhythm of ancient traditions. As the flickering torchlight danced on the faces of the initiates, it illuminated more than just their features. It revealed the profound connections they held with one another and with the past. The mysteries of Mithraism did not exist in a vacuum. They were woven into the tapestry of surrounding beliefs. The influences of Orpheism, a belief system that emphasized the soul's immortality and the importance of personal purification, could be felt in the Mithraic rituals. Both systems provided pathways to transcendence, promising followers that they could ascend beyond the mundane world. The tension in the air thickened as these connections deepened, drawing the initiates closer. A collective breath was held as they reflected on the lessons shared among the cults, the unifying threads of their different yet intertwined beliefs. Each sect offered its own vision of the afterlife, a promise of reunion in a realm beyond earthly existence. The sense of urgency grew. They were not just participating in a ritual, but partaking in a grand narrative that linked humanity through time and space. Yet, the shadows grew darker as the weight of these revelations settled over them. Questions haunted the minds of the initiates. What did it mean to belong to a mystery cult in a world filled with competing truths? Was there a greater power at play, weaving all beliefs together, or were they simply fragments of a larger puzzle? The atmosphere was electric, charged with the thrill of these uncertainties. In this crucible of faith, the initiates of Mithras felt the pulse of their existence against the backdrop of a universe filled with mystery. The air shifted again, carrying with it the distant echoes of other initiations, of Bacchus and his divine intoxication, of Cybele and her fierce motherhood. The followers of Mithras could sense the same fires burning in the hearts of these practitioners of other faiths. The rhythms of their rites mimicked their own, constructing a rich mosaic of human experience. The laughter of revelry and the cries of ecstasy were a reminder that each mystery cult shared a common goal: to seek out the divine amidst the uncertainties of life. The flickering candlelight cast long shadows across the stone walls, shaping myths into vivid realities. In this space, amidst the ancient whispers, the initiates of Mithras felt a yearning for a deeper understanding. They were not merely participants in a singular tradition. They were part of something greater, a collective exploration of humanity's most profound questions. As the ritual reached its zenith, the initiates understood that their faith was intertwined with the faith of others. They were not alone in their quest for meaning. The bonds formed within the darkness of the Mithraeum resonated with those formed in the temples of Isis and the sacred groves of Eleusis. There, in the solemnity of their vows, they found not just comfort but a reflection of their own journey, a journey marked by passion, loss, and an unyielding quest for truth. And just as the flames flickered and danced with abandon, illuminating the faces of those who sought enlightenment, the threads connecting Mithraism to the tapestry of other mystery cults shimmered in the shadows, waiting to be pulled tighter, revealing more stories, more mysteries, and an ever-deepening connection among those who dared to believe. In the flickering shadows of a Roman temple, The flicker of oil lamps danced upon the cold stone walls, casting eerie shapes that whispered ancient secrets. A figure cloaked in dark robes approached the sacred altar, its surface worn by the prayers and hopes of countless followers. This was no ordinary deity. This was Mithras, the sun god, whose very existence stirred the hearts of men and shaped the tides of power in the Roman Empire. For a moment, time seemed to freeze as the air thickened with unspoken promises and hidden agendas. Mithras was more than a god. He was a symbol, a powerful figure woven into the fabric of Roman political propaganda. As emperors rose and fell, their images adorned coins and murals, often side by side with the divine. The connection between Mithras and the imperial authority was a tight bond, one that sent ripples of awe and fear throughout the vast empire. The sun god was the warrior, slayer of the bull, embodying strength and vitality, virtues that the emperors sought to project. Powerful images of Mithras triumphing over chaos were strategically placed in public spaces, invoking a sense of unity and destiny among the Roman citizens. In the bustling streets of Rome, merchants peddled their wares beneath imposing statues of emperors, each bearing the weight of divine endorsement. Citizens spoke in hushed tones about the miraculous deeds of their leaders, intertwining the tales of Mithras with the exploits of the ruling class. The very essence of loyalty was crafted not just through military might or political maneuvering, but through the lens of the divine. Mithras flickered behind every proclamation, giving meaning to the empire's aspirations and fears. In the dark corners of Mithraic temples, initiates gathered, their hearts racing with anticipation and fervor. These secretive rites were drenched in mystery, each ceremony a blend of shared brotherhood and whispered secrets. The symbol of the bull, slain in a blood-soaked ritual, resonated deeply with the aspirations of the followers. They believed that through Mithras, they would find rebirth and protection. Even emperors, cloaked in their imperial splendor, sought to be the earthly representation of the sun god, drawing strength from his mythos. With every initiation, a new layer of loyalty was forged, binding the followers not just to their god but to the very fabric of the empire itself. Shifting the focus, a high-ranking official stood before a crowd in the forum, his voice a powerful weapon. He spoke of the strength of Mithras, framing the god as the ultimate protector of the state. With animated gestures, he painted a vivid picture of a nation under divine favor, a people chosen to prosper. Each word fell upon the ears of the listeners like the sweet nectar of promise, a promise that safety and success awaited those who remained loyal to the empire. The crowd, enraptured, felt their hearts swell with pride. They were not just subjects of Rome, they were champions of a divine legacy. Yet, beneath the surface of admiration lay an undercurrent of fear. Those who opposed the established order found themselves at odds with the powerful imagery of Mithras. The perception of this deity was malleable, capable of being shaped to enhance the empire's grip on its citizens. Dissenters whispered of an unseen power, a force that manipulated the very essence of faith. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobblestones, the tension simmered. What began as a divine connection for many morphed into a tool of oppression for those on the margins. Fast forward to a clandestine meeting in a dimly lit chamber, where the flickering torchlight illuminated the faces of conspirators plotting against the emperor. Their hearts raced as they discussed Mithras, the god who had been co-opted to serve the interests of a singular power. They understood that his image could be wielded like a sword, to rally the masses or to strike fear into the hearts of the rebellious. The air was thick with the scent of desperation and resolve. What if Mithras could be reinterpreted? What if his message could shift from a tool of control to one of liberation? The possibilities sparked excitement and fear in equal measure. As the conspirators plotted their next move, a lone figure stepped into the shadows, a new voice in an old struggle. A woman, bold and defiant, possessed a vision of Mithras that diverged from the rigid scripts of the powerful. She believed in a more personal connection with the divine, one that transcended the politics of the empire. Her voice, a whisper at first, grew into a clarion call, urging followers to reclaim their faith from the clutches of propaganda. She envisioned a Mithras who protected the vulnerable, who fought for justice, not just for the elite. Her passion spread like wildfire, igniting a flame among the disillusioned. They gathered in secret, exchanging ideas and dreams, weaving their hopes into the fabric of the Mithraic narrative. With each passing day, the perception of Mithras began to evolve. No longer merely a pawn in the emperor's game, he transformed into a symbol of resistance and hope, a figure that resonated deeply with the oppressed. In the flickering light of their gatherings, they felt a connection that transcended the cold, hard stones of the temples. They were not alone. They were part of a larger tapestry woven by the hands of a new faith. Back in the heart of the empire, the political machinery churned relentlessly, ever watchful for signs of unrest. The emperors, sensing the shift in perception, tightened their grip. They understood that the perception of Mithras could be as powerful as the swords of their legions. If they could twist his image into one of fear, loyalty could be maintained. Murmurs of divine wrath began to echo through the streets, shadowing the hopeful hearts of those who believed in a different Mithras. The tension escalated, the air crackling with the promise of conflict. As the sun dipped low and darkness enveloped the city, citizens were caught in a storm of emotions: fear, loyalty, hope, and defiance. Mithras, once a pawn in the political games of men, now stood at a crossroads. His image could either be a beacon of unity or a battle cry for rebellion. The stakes had never been higher, and the people felt the weight of their choices pressing down upon them. In the distance, the sound of drums echoed through the streets, a rhythm that spoke of a new era on the horizon. The perception of Mithras had shifted, and with it, the fate of Rome hung in the balance. As the flickering oil lamps flickered uncertainly, hearts beat as one, tethered to a divine legacy that would never quite let them go. The story of Mithras was far from over. It was only just beginning. The flickering light of oil lamps cast a warm glow over the sacred space, illuminating the faces of initiates gathered in hushed reverence. The air was thick with incense, invoking the spirits of the cosmos, while whispers of ancient knowledge circled like a quiet storm. Here, under the watchful gaze of celestial bodies, the mysteries of Mithraism intertwined with the cosmic dance of astrology, stitching together the fates of men and the stars above. As a young initiate, Marcus felt a thrill of anticipation surging through him, one that sparked not only from the rites of passage he was about to undertake, but from the unseen forces aligning in the universe. He had always been fascinated by the heavens, often gazing up at the stars, seeking answers in their twinkling embrace. It was said that Mithras, the god of light and truth, was born amidst the stars, and the very essence of astrology pulsed through the veins of the Mithraic traditions. This was a moment that transcended the ordinary, a sacred intersection where earthly existence met the celestial. The priests, draped in flowing robes adorned with astrological symbols, moved with purpose, their gestures choreographed like the orbits of planets. They spoke of the constellations, weaving tales of gods who governed the skies. Each star was a messenger, each planet a harbinger of fate. The chanting began, rhythmic and entrancing, echoing off the stone walls. It was a call to the heavens, a plea for guidance and wisdom from the divine cosmos. Marcus closed his eyes, feeling the energy of the room pulse around him, a connection to something much larger than himself. In that sacred space, the teachings of Mithras revealed a profound truth. The stars were not just distant points of light, but living entities with the power to influence human destiny. The ancients believed that the positions of celestial bodies at the moment of an individual's birth could dictate the course of their life. The weight of that knowledge pressed on Marcus, filling him with both awe and dread. Was his fate already written in the stars? The thought sent chills down his spine, a mixture of fear and excitement that intertwined in his core. As the rituals unfolded, images of the zodiac flashed through Marcus's mind, each sign a story, each trait a reflection of the cosmos itself. From the fierce determination of Aries to the gentle nurturing of Cancer, he recognized pieces of himself in the celestial tapestry. The priest spoke of the balance of the elements: earth, air, fire, and water, and how they shaped not only the natural world but also the very essence of humanity. He could feel the pulse of the earth beneath his feet, the winds whispering his name, the flames of passion igniting his spirit, and the waters of intuition washing over him. In that moment, the chamber transformed into a microcosm of the universe. The echoes of the past reverberated through the ancient stones, and Marcus imagined the countless souls who had stood where he was now, searching for meaning amidst the stars. The flickering shadows danced like spirits, and he could almost hear their secrets, the wisdom of ages past beckoning him to listen. The bonds between Mithraism and astrology were not mere coincidences. They were threads woven into the very fabric of existence, guiding seekers through the labyrinth of life. Yet, as he stood on the precipice of revelation, a sudden chill swept through the chamber. The flickering flames flickered, and a tension filled the air, thick enough to cut. What if the stars were not just guides, but also arbiters of fate? What if they bore witness to every triumph, every failure? A knot formed in Marcus's stomach as he considered the weight of that responsibility. The very act of seeking knowledge now felt both exhilarating and terrifying. He was not just an observer. He was part of a grand cosmic play, a character in a story that spanned eons. The priests continued their chants, invoking the names of planets and constellations, their voices rising and falling like the tides. The sky outside darkened, and with it came a palpable energy, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for something to unfold. In that moment, Marcus felt a surge of connection, an electric bond to the cosmos that ignited a fire within him, urging him to reach for the stars. He could sense the divine order in the universe, a rhythm that pulsed through all living things, binding them together in a celestial embrace. As the ritual intensified, something miraculous occurred. A beam of light pierced the darkness, illuminating the center of the chamber, where a statue of Mithras stood triumphantly, slaying the bull. The image was a symbol of rebirth and renewal, a testament to the cycle of life. It resonated deep within Marcus as he was reminded that death was not an end, but a transformation, a necessary step in the eternal dance of existence. The atmosphere crackled with energy, drawing him closer to the statue, and he could almost hear the whispers of ancient souls calling out to him, urging him to understand his place in the cosmos. The priests raised their arms, and the power in the room surged like a tidal wave, washing over him with an intensity that made his heart race. The connection between Mithraism and astrology was no mere academic pursuit. It was a passionate love affair with the universe, a yearning to understand the divine through the lens of the stars. In that moment, Marcus understood the gravity of his decision to embrace the Mithraic path. It was a commitment to seek out the truth, to delve into the mysteries not just of himself, but of existence itself. The stars would become his allies, guiding him through the dark nights of uncertainty, illuminating the way with their ancient wisdom. He felt a sudden urgency, a desire to seize the moment, to grasp the threads of fate and weave his own destiny in collaboration with the cosmic forces at play. And just as quickly as the vision had come, it flickered again, the light dimming as if the universe was retreating, leaving Marcus with the weight of understanding and the bittersweet taste of anticipation. The ritual swelled to a crescendo, voices rising in harmony, echoing through the chamber like the heartbeat of the cosmos itself. He could feel it, the connection, the promise of what lay ahead, the uncharted territories of his own spirit, waiting to be explored. Deep within him, he knew that this was only the beginning. The magic of Mithraism and astrology was intertwined, a dance that would guide him through the trials and triumphs of life. The cycle of the stars continued to spin above, and with each turn, new adventures awaited him, whispers of destiny pulling him forward. The universe had spoken, and he could not turn away. He was now part of the eternal story, forever bound to the celestial ballet. In the flickering shadows of ancient Rome, a young initiate named Marcus knelt before a cold stone altar, heart racing, breath caught in his throat. The air was thick with the scent of incense, mingling with the metallic tang of blood. A chill ran down his spine as he felt the weight of the moment, the gravity of a secret that had bound men together for centuries. His hands trembled as he clutched a dagger, its blade glinting ominously in the candlelight, a promise of transformation and power that beckoned him forward. The cult of Mithras was not merely a religion. It was a brotherhood cloaked in mystery, an underground society where the bonds of loyalty ran deeper than blood. The initiation rites were not for the faint-hearted. Each step Marcus took was heavy with expectation, the whispers of the past echoing in his mind, tales of how the god Mithras had conquered the primordial bull, spilling forth life and prosperity from the animal's veins. This was the promise the cult offered, a rebirth, a new life born from the death of the old. As the ritual unfolded, Marcus's mind drifted to the legends told around flickering fires. It was said that Mithras emerged from a rock, fully grown, destined to battle the forces of chaos. The image of the radiant god, sword in hand, standing triumphant over the vanquished bull was etched into the hearts of his fellow worshippers. They gathered in hidden temples, their sanctuaries adorned with vibrant frescoes depicting this sacred scene. These were spaces carved out of stone, echoing with the chants of the faithful, where men found a sense of belonging in a world that often felt indifferent. In those dimly lit chambers, camaraderie flourished. Men of various backgrounds shed their differences, united by a common cause, to seek enlightenment through Mithras's teachings. The initiation rite was a harrowing experience, a passage through darkness that mirrored the trials faced by Mithras himself. To be reborn, one had to confront fear and pain, to emerge from the shadows as a warrior of light. Marcus felt the intensity of the moment. Eyes burned into him, their expectations, their hopes for what he could become. He pictured the faces of the brothers he'd come to respect, each one having undergone this rite of passage. Would he be worthy? A drumbeat filled the silence, a rhythmic pulse that synchronized with his heart, a call to rise, to embrace his fate. As the ceremonial knife pressed against his palm, a flicker of doubt crept into Marcus's mind. What lay beyond this initiation? The potential for glory, for divine favor, whispered promises of immortality, but also shadows of sacrifice. He thought of the brothers who had come before him, some returning from the depths of the rituals forever changed, others disappearing into the night, lost to the darkness they had faced. What had become of them? Had they truly found the light, or had they stumbled too far into the abyss? The priest's voice rang out, piercing through his thoughts, urging him on. You are chosen, Marcus. Feel the power of Mithras coursing through your veins. The intensity in the room heightened, every breath shared among the initiates, every heartbeat synchronized in a collective rhythm of anticipation. The dagger sliced cleanly into the sacrifice, blood spilling forth, a sacred offering to the god who represented life after death. The warm liquid pooled at the altar, shimmering like a promise of vitality in the flickering candlelight. In that moment, every fear fled from Marcus's mind, replaced by a visceral connection to the divine. He felt the presence of Mithras, the warrior god standing beside him, inviting him into a world where death was not an end, but a beginning. The roar of the crowd surged around him, a chorus of voices echoing in the chamber, chanting ancient hymns that reverberated against the stone walls. They sang of loyalty and vengeance, of the eternal fight against chaos, their words weaving a tapestry of hope. With each chant, Marcus felt the linchpin of destiny turning, drawing him deeper into the fold of the brotherhood. His heart thundered in his chest, merging with the pulse of the collective energy surrounding him. But as the final words of the ritual were spoken, a foreboding shadow loomed over the temple. Outside, the world shifted, the Roman Empire cracking under the strain of internal strife and external threat. The empire that had once embraced the cult of Mithras now teetered on the brink, and the brothers within the hidden chambers began to feel the tremors of change. The whispers of persecution grew louder, and the once safe spaces now seemed more precarious, as if the walls themselves were closing in. In the days that followed, Marcus found himself swept up in a whirlwind of secrecy and urgency. The once bustling temples grew quieter, their sacred rites performed with furtive glances over shoulders, the threat of discovery ever present. As the winds of change swept through Rome, the fervor of the worshippers became a lifeline, a barrier against the encroaching darkness. Bonds formed in those fragile moments became stronger than ever, as every brother swore to protect one another, to stand firm against the chaos that threatened to engulf them. But the question lingered in the air like an uninvited guest. How long could this solidarity withstand the relentless pressures of a world growing more hostile? The stakes were higher than any initiation rite, and the stakes of loyalty now meant life or death. With each passing day, Marcus grappled with his place in this brotherhood, torn between the comfort of unity and the ever-looming specter of loss. Through whispered conversations and shared glances, each member of the cult became acutely aware of their own mortality. The light of Mithras flickered like those candles, fragile yet illuminating. Would they emerge from the shadows, stronger and more resolute, or would they be consumed by the chaos that sought to erase them? In the heart of the cult, loyalty was tested, faith was questioned, and the promise of rebirth morphed into a desperate struggle against an uncertain fate. The tension crackled in the air as the faithful resolved to stand together. Even as the world outside grew darker, there was a power in their unity, a sense of purpose that pulsed with every heartbeat. But as whispers of betrayal and fear crept into the corners of their hearts, Marcus knew that their greatest challenge lay ahead. Would they survive the storm, or would the cult of Mithras be swallowed by the very chaos they sought to combat? In the dim light of a hidden chamber, shadows flickered across the walls, revealing ancient murals of a strong figure slaying a bull. The air was thick with incense, the kind that clung to the skin and ignited the spirit with fervor. This was no ordinary gathering. It was a secret initiation into the cult of Mithras, a ritual filled with blood and fire, where followers sought enlightenment and power. Men stood shoulder to shoulder, their hearts racing in anticipation of transcendence, unaware that a storm was brewing just outside their sacred sanctuary. Across the city, the early Christians were rising, their faith blossoming like a wildflower in a cracked stone. They spoke of love, forgiveness, and the promise of eternal life, offering a stark contrast to the brutal imagery of the Mithraic rites. This was a clash not just of beliefs, but of cultures, emotions, and destinies. The Christians felt the weight of their mission. They were determined to spread their message, to sift through the ashes of old gods and carve a new path in the history of mankind. But the darkness of Mithras loomed large, and the tension hung thick in the air, palpable and electric. As the sun dipped below the horizon, stories of miraculous healings and visions danced on the lips of the faithful. They gathered in secret, sharing their testimonies, their eyes alight with hope and conviction. In stark contrast, the followers of Mithras basked in the grandeur of their rituals, where the blood of the bull symbolized life's renewal, a powerful metaphor that pulled at the very essence of existence. The clash was inevitable and the stakes were high. Tensions simmered, and both sides braced for the inevitable confrontation. Rumors swirled through the streets like whispers of the wind. Christians were accused of tearing apart the fabric of society, their ascetic practices a threat to the indulgent feasts and joyous celebrations that had long been the lifeblood of Roman culture. For every believer who found solace in the teachings of Christ, there was a Mithraic devotee, resolute and unwavering, who saw their faith as a shield against the encroaching darkness. The battleground was not only in temples or in the shadows, but also in the hearts and minds of the people. In the marketplace, a debate erupted with fiery passion. A Christian, his voice ringing clear and bold, proclaimed that salvation was found not in the blood of bulls but in the love of Christ. His words struck like arrows, piercing through the distractions of everyday life. But the Mithraic priest, adorned in his ceremonial garb, responded with fierce loyalty, insisting that true strength lay in the ancient ways. Spectators gathered, their eyes wide with curiosity and fear, caught in the crossfire of two powerful forces. Cheers erupted on both sides. Emotions swelled, and in that moment, the air was thick with an electric charge, the passion of faith in direct conflict. But beneath the surface of this clash, a more profound struggle was taking place. The Christians were not just fighting against a rival religion. They were confronting the very essence of human desire, the desire for power, for certainty, for community. To some, Mithras represented the embodiment of these desires, a god who granted strength and camaraderie to those who sought his favor. The Christians, however, offered a radically different vision, one of radical love and humility, where the meek would inherit the earth. It was a dichotomy that would echo for centuries, a battle of ideologies that would shape the very foundations of Western thought. In the dark of night, as rituals continued in the hidden chambers, the Christians prayed fervently, seeking guidance and strength. They knew they were up against a formidable opponent, one that had deep roots in the fabric of Roman society. The Mithraic mysteries were alluring, shrouded in secrecy and steeped in symbolic power. It was a faith that promised brotherhood and a place among the elite. The Christians, while armed with the promise of eternal life, often felt like outsiders, their beliefs ridiculed and pushed to the margins. Yet, as time passed, an unexpected adaptation began to unfold. The new faith started to draw from the very imagery that had once threatened to consume it. Like a skilled artist blending colors on a canvas, the Christians began to reframe the symbols of Mithras, weaving them into their own narrative. The imagery of the bull became a symbol of sacrifice, a powerful metaphor for Christ's own suffering. The sun, once a radiant symbol of Mithras, was transfigured into a representation of the Son of God, illuminating the path to salvation. The lines blurred, and the ancient gods began to reshape themselves under the weight of evolving beliefs. The Mithraic temples, once bubbling with the fervor of ancient rites, began to dim as the Christians spread their teachings. Yet, the followers of Mithras were not easily swayed. They rallied together, clinging to their traditions like a lifeline. The air crackled with tension, and the two worlds began to wrestle for dominance, each straining against the other, each struggling to carve out a legacy that would echo through time. In the echoing halls of history, the faithful prayed and fought, their hearts ablaze with conviction. Each side believed they were the bearers of truth, and as the shadows danced against the flickering flames, the tension mounted. The struggle between old and new, between tradition and transformation, unfolded like a gripping tale that would never truly end. As dawn broke over the horizon, illuminating the streets of Rome, the conflict raged on, a testament to the undying human spirit, a spirit that longs for connection, for meaning, for something greater than oneself. The question lingered in the air, heavy with promise. Which faith would rise, and which would be left behind in the dust of a crumbling empire? The answer lay shrouded in uncertainty, waiting to unfold as history pushed forward with relentless determination. In a dimly lit room, shadows danced across ancient stone walls adorned with intricate carvings. A flickering candle cast an eerie glow, illuminating the image of a figure poised with strength and conviction. At his feet lay the remains of a bull, its sacrifice an enduring symbol of power and rebirth. The air was thick with mystery, weaving tales of a god long forgotten yet whispered through the corridors of time. This was Mithras, a deity from a lost era, but his essence lingered, echoing through contemporary culture in ways that would make anyone's heart race. Across the world, amid the hustle of modern cities, Mithras has re-emerged, his narratives intertwined with the threads of art, literature, and even popular media. Artists, intrigued by his enigmatic presence, have begun to weave his story into their creations. A painting hangs in a bustling gallery, where a crowd gathers, their gazes transfixed on the vivid portrayal of Mithras slaying the bull. Each brushstroke captures not just the act but the very spirit of defiance against darkness, a theme that resonates with many today. The audience feels the chill of the ancient tale, as if daring them to confront their own battles against the shadows lurking in their lives. In novels, Mithras appears as a powerful symbol of resilience, a figure who embodies the struggle for identity and purpose. A young hero in a contemporary fantasy series discovers a pendant bearing the image of Mithras, awakening dormant powers within him. As he navigates a world fraught with challenges, the character's connection to the ancient god becomes a source of strength and inspiration. Readers turn the pages, heart racing, as they witness the unfolding journey of self-discovery, feeling the weight of each decision, each sacrifice, echoing the timeless narrative of the God of Light. On the silver screen, Filmmakers have drawn from Mithras's rich mythos to craft stories that resonate with modern audiences. A blockbuster film portrays a secret society dedicated to the worship of Mithras, hidden in plain sight among the skyscrapers. The protagonists, armed with courage and an ancient map leading to the last Mithraeum, embark on a quest to uncover truths long buried. Tension mounts as they face adversaries who seek to silence them, determined to keep the ancient wisdom hidden. Audiences hold their breath, hearts pounding in sync with the characters, lost in a plot that hinges on the balance between ancient knowledge and contemporary power struggles. The influence of Mithras stretches beyond entertainment. It seeps into the fabric of society. In underground circles, modern-day devotees gather to celebrate the mysteries of Mithras, drawing inspiration from his teachings. They light candles, invoke prayers, and share stories that resonate with their experiences. This revival, in its own way, mirrors the ancient mysteries that captivated the Roman Empire. The air crackles with emotion as they connect with a past that feels eerily present, forging bonds that transcend time, a shared search for meaning in a chaotic world. In music, bands echo the themes of Mithras, their lyrics reflecting the eternal battle between light and darkness. One song, with haunting melodies, captures the essence of sacrifice and rebirth. Listeners sway, feeling the pulse of the drums echo in their chests, each note a reminder of the struggles they face. The chorus resonates deeply. From the ashes, we rise. It's a call to arms, a connection to a legacy that encourages perseverance. Fans belt it out, voices mingling as they find solace in the ageless truth that Mithras embodies. Fashion designers, too, have drawn from the imagery of Mithras, creating collections that channel his strength. With garments adorned with symbols, they evoke a sense of ancient power and modern style, creating a bridge between past and present. Models stride down runways, their fierce expressions embodying the spirit of the bull, an echo of the god's valor. Spectators gasp, captivated by the raw energy flowing through the fabric, feeling as if they are part of something larger, an awakening of a collective consciousness that yearns for connection to its roots. As conversations swirl in cafes and online forums, the name Mithras sparks curiosity and debate. Scholars and enthusiasts dissect ancient texts, unraveling the complexities of his mythology. The discussions brim with passion, hearts racing as they uncover hidden meanings, drawing connections to contemporary issues of identity, struggle, and resilience. It's as if the spirit of Mithras has ignited a fire within them, a burning desire to understand and share the profound relevance of this ancient figure in the modern age. In unexpected places, Mithras quietly influences personal beliefs and practices. A yoga studio, infused with the scent of incense, becomes a sanctuary where practitioners honor the light within. The instructor, drawing parallels between the sacrificial themes of Mithras and personal growth, guides a session that fosters deep reflection. Participants find themselves moved, emotions bubbling to the surface as they meditate on their own sacrifices and transformations. The room fills with a palpable energy, a collective acknowledgement of the challenges faced and the strength derived from them. Street art, rebellious and vibrant, bursts forth as artists pay homage to Mithras, their murals telling stories of struggle and triumph. Passers-by stop, captivated by the bold colors and striking imagery, each piece inviting them to pause and reflect. The connection is visceral, a reminder that even in the chaos of modern life, ancient stories still resonate. Each spray of paint breathes life into the myth, drawing the attention of those who may not even realize they are part of a larger tapestry woven by time and belief. In every corner, the pulse of Mithras reverberates, a whisper among the noise of everyday existence. His essence lingers in the hearts of those who seek meaning, those who wrestle with their own shadows in search of light. The stories that unfold, the art, the literature, the music, intertwine like the threads of a grand tapestry, binding past to present in a powerful embrace. As the echoes of his myth resound through modern culture, they invite each individual to reflect on their own journey, igniting a spark of courage and connection that feels as fresh today as it did centuries ago. The world spins on, but the flame of Mithras burns bright, a beacon of hope and strength illuminating the path forward, daring all to step into the light. In the dim light of a forgotten temple, shadows flicker against the ancient walls, creating a tapestry of mystery and reverence. Here lies an artistic legacy, a testament to the devotion that once stirred the hearts of countless followers, a saga immortalized in stone and reliefs. Mithras stands at the center of this narrative, a figure both awe-inspiring and enigmatic, his image carved with precision and passion. The air is thick with anticipation as the viewer contemplates the significance of these artistic representations, each chiseled detail breathing life into a cosmic drama. Mithras is often depicted in the act of slaying a magnificent bull, an image that captures the essence of life and death, a theme that resonates deeply within the human experience. The muscles of the bull ripple beneath Mithras's powerful grip, every curve and contour meticulously detailed to emphasize the strength of both beast and god. His expression is a blend of concentration and determination, conveying the intensity of the moment. This scene, found in numerous reliefs scattered across the Roman Empire, speaks of a promise to the initiates. Through struggle and sacrifice, one could attain a higher existence. As one gazes upon these reliefs, the chill of the past seems to breathe through the air. Each piece of art carries with it the weight of ancient rituals, the echoes of whispered prayers, and the flicker of torchlight illuminating the darkness. The followers of Mithras, clad in their ceremonial garb, would gather around these sacred images, their hearts racing as they sought respite from the trials of the world. The artistry captures not just a moment in time, but the very essence of companionship, the bond between the god and his devoted followers. The imagery does not stop at the bull's slaughter. It unfolds into a series of scenes that reveal the transformative journey of the initiate. There are depictions of the banquet of the gods, where Mithras shares bread and wine, a symbol of unity and rebirth. The vibrant colors and intricate details of these scenes evoke a sense of warmth, drawing the viewer into a shared space of communion. These artworks remind us of the human need for connection, the desire to belong to something greater than oneself. Amidst the drama, the presence of the zodiac emerges, woven into the fabric of Mithras's narrative. The celestial spheres spin overhead, with images of the 12 signs gracefully encircling the scenes. They speak to the divine order of the universe, hinting at a cosmic struggle and the balancing of forces. As the followers of Mithras gazed upon these symbolic representations, they found comfort in the knowledge that their lives were part of a grander design. The stars twinkled down upon them, whispering promises of destiny and fate. In the midst of these carvings, the artist's hand shines through, each chisel stroke a testament to his devotion. The artistry reveals a depth of emotion, a palpable passion that resonates through the centuries. The viewer can almost feel the heat of the forge, the sweat on the brow of the sculptor as he labored to capture the divine essence of Mithras. It is this dedication that breathes life into stone, transforming cold marble into a vibrant narrative that captivates the soul. As the viewer moves from one relief to another, the tension rises. The triumph and struggle captured in these scenes evoke a visceral response, a reminder of the battles fought within. The art reflects human frailty and resilience, each image a mirror to our own lives. The blood of the bull, rich and dark, spills out in a dramatic flow, symbolizing not just death, but the promise of renewal, a cycle that resonates through the ages. The iconic imagery extends beyond the temple walls, finding its way into the hearts of the people. The Mithraic mysteries held a magnetic pull, drawing in those who sought answers to life's most profound questions. It was the thrill of the unknown that kept them coming back, their eyes wide with wonder as they beheld the stories captured in stone. Art became a vessel for the divine, a way for the faithful to connect with their God and grasp the deeper truths hidden beneath the surface. And then, there's the figure of Mithras himself, adorned in a Phrygian cap, a symbol of freedom and enlightenment. He stands proud, his posture exuding confidence and strength, inviting followers to step closer, to share in the journey of transformation. The intricacies of his garments, the flowing drapery, and the delicate patterns speak of a world where every detail mattered, where every expression told a story. The viewer feels a connection, a pull toward this figure who promises to guide them through the darkness. In the midst of this emotional tapestry, a sense of urgency begins to swell. The art of Mithras is not merely a reflection of the past. It is a living narrative that continues to resonate. The stories woven into these reliefs are as relevant today as they were then, echoing through time and stirring the hearts of those who dare to seek. The call of Mithras lingers, drawing the curious and the faithful alike, promising enlightenment through the struggles of life. As the viewer steps back from the sculptures and reliefs, a lingering sense of awe takes root. The art has done more than capture the essence of a god. It has woven itself into the very fabric of humanity itself. The emotions evoked by these pieces flow seamlessly into the next chapter, where the rituals and mysteries of Mithras await, ready to unfold their own timeless tales of initiation, perseverance, and the eternal dance between light and darkness. The journey continues, and the echoes of the past beckon, inviting all who wish to understand what it truly means to aspire to the divine. In a dimly lit chamber of a grand Renaissance palace, the flickering flame of a candle cast long shadows on the walls, revealing intricate frescoes of gods, heroes, and ancient rituals. A lone figure stood, eyes wide with wonder, clutching a dusty tome filled with the secrets of an ancient mystery that had captivated minds centuries before. The air crackled with a palpable energy, a sense of something greater than mere scholarship. As he turned the pages, each whisper of parchment resonating with the echoes of time. Mithras, the enigmatic god of light, the bull-slayer, had once held sway over legions of devoted followers in the far reaches of the Roman Empire. His followers, shrouded in secrecy, had gathered in dimly lit temples, performing sacred rites beneath the very earth, where the walls themselves seemed to breathe with the weight of history. But now, centuries later, in the vibrant tapestry of Renaissance thought, this ancient deity was stirring once more, awakening a sense of mystery and magic long buried under the weight of dogma and reason. As scholars and artists filled the coffee houses and salons of Florence and Venice, a new appreciation for mythology and the divine began to bloom. They wrestled with the ideas of humanism, questioning the very essence of existence, the nature of reality, and the potential of the human soul. In this crucible of creativity, the ancient figure of Mithras emerged like a ghost from the shadows, his myth interwoven with the threads of rebirth and transformation that characterized the age. The stories of Mithras slaying the bull, a powerful symbol of fertility and life, resonated deeply in the hearts of those who yearned for renewal. The Renaissance was a time when humanity sought to reclaim its place in the universe, and the image of Mithras holding the reins of destiny ignited a fire in their imaginations. Artists painted him with great reverence, capturing the divine struggle between light and darkness, life and death. Each brushstroke vibrated with emotion, as the viewers' hearts raced with the thrill of the eternal battle, a battle that reflected their own inner conflicts. In the crowded parlors of intellectuals, the sound of animated debate filled the air. Giordano Bruno, a brilliant yet controversial thinker, boldly declared that the universe was infinite, echoing the vastness of the Mithraic cosmos. With every proclamation, the tension in the room crackled like an electrical storm, and eyes gleamed with the thrill of possibility. The old boundaries of thought shattered as they pondered the truths hidden in the ancient rituals of Mithras, the powerful imagery of rebirth and resurrection sparking a revolutionary spirit. Meanwhile, secret societies began to emerge, cloaked in the allure of esoteric knowledge. The followers of Mithras, once discreet and quiet, found their symbols resurfacing in the art and literature of the time. The iconic image of the bull was now seen in the works of Renaissance masters, their canvases teeming with life, energy, and the promise of transformation. The rituals of initiation into these secret clubs mirrored those of the Mithraic cult, drawing in those seeking enlightenment and connection to something transcendent. Each initiation was a leap into the unknown, where the heart raced with anticipation and fear of what lay ahead. In the flickering light of candlelit gatherings, men and women discussed the mysteries of the universe and the depths of the human soul, their voices rising and falling like the cadence of a sacred chant. The symbols of Mithras danced through their conversations, infusing their thoughts with a sense of wonder. The image of the sun god, radiant and omnipotent, ignited the flame of creativity, inspiring poets and playwrights to weave tales that resonated with the struggles of the human condition. There was magic in the air, a palpable tension between what was known and what lay just beyond the veil. In another corner of Italy, the magnificent work of Michelangelo took shape as he chiseled away at marble, breathing life into stone. The ethereal forms of his sculptures seemed to echo the ancient rites of Mithras, embodying the duality of flesh and spirit, the earthly and the divine. Each piece he created was a testament to the struggle for enlightenment, a celebration of the transformative power of art. The very essence of Mithraism, with its themes of death and rebirth, pulsed through his creations, igniting the hearts of those who beheld them. Yet, amid the flourishing of ideas and the celebration of rebirth, a dark shadow loomed. The remnants of old beliefs clashed with the rising tide of new thought, creating a volatile atmosphere that crackled with tension. The Church, ever watchful, sought to extinguish the flickering flames of heresy that burned so brightly in the hearts of the Renaissance thinkers. The whispers of Mithras became a dangerous game, one that could lead to ruin. But for those caught in the whirlwind of inspiration, the risk was worth taking. The pull of the ancient mysteries was too strong, and their hearts beat with the rhythm of defiance. As the Renaissance unfolded, the legacy of Mithras continued to weave its way into the fabric of society, a haunting melody resonating through the halls of power and the minds of the curious. The tension between the old and the new, the sacred and the profane, reached a crescendo as artists, philosophers, and seekers of truth grappled with the mysteries of existence. The teachings of Mithras, a hidden thread connecting the past and the present, beckoned them forward, urging them to embrace the unknown with open hearts and minds. The candle flickered once more, its glow illuminating the faces of those captivated by the dance of ideas, the swirl of emotions as deep as the night sky. The influence of Mithras on the Renaissance was not merely a historical footnote. It was a living, breathing force that ignited passion and curiosity in the hearts of all who dared to dream. The story was far from over, the echoes of ancient rites still resonating, calling souls to awaken and seek the truth that lay just beyond the horizon of understanding. A flickering candle cast shadows against ancient stone walls, the air thick with incense and mystery. In the dim light, a figure in a flowing robe stands before a magnificent mural depicting the god Mithras slaying a bull, a powerful symbol of life and death, transformation and rebirth. This moment, steeped in history, echoes through time, leaving whispers in the fabric of popular culture that vibrate with every heartbeat and flicker of the screen. Mithras, a name that conjures images of clandestine gatherings in the depths of the earth, has long captured the imagination. In the whispers of cinema, literature, and games, echoes of this ancient mystery religion pulse with a strange allure, beckoning the curious and the daring to unravel its enigmatic threads. The story of Mithras is not merely one of rituals and temples. It's woven into the very fabric of human storytelling, resonating with a primal energy that can't be ignored. In films, the presence of Mithras often surfaces in unexpected places, like a ghost haunting the edges of modern narratives. A popular thriller begins with an unassuming protagonist who uncovers a long-buried secret society, a cult that worships Mithras. The tension rises as ancient texts reappear, filled with coded messages and cryptic symbols. Viewers are drawn into a world where the past collides with the present, where flickers of fear and wonder intermingle, each clue unlocking a deeper understanding of humanity's need for connection and meaning. The bull-slaying scene, vivid and shocking, becomes a metaphor for sacrifice and the eternal struggle between light and darkness. Literature, too, carries the weight of Mithras' legacy. In a gripping novel, a historian becomes obsessed with the mystery of Mithraism, unraveling layers of history that lead her to a hidden underground temple. Each chapter wraps readers tighter in the embrace of suspense, revealing not just the rituals, but the emotional landscapes of those who once sought solace in these practices. Characters are painted with strokes of longing, fear, and discovery as they grapple with their own beliefs, mirroring the ancient initiates who sought enlightenment in the darkness of the caves. The words leap off the pages, igniting a fire in the minds of readers, urging them to ponder the eternal questions of life, death, and the afterlife. Games, too, have found fertile ground in the soil of Mithras, where the player becomes an active participant in a world that feels both familiar and foreign. A role-playing game invites players to immerse themselves in a richly detailed landscape, where adventurers embark on quests to uncover the secrets of the Mithraic mysteries. With every challenge faced, players feel the rush of adrenaline. Will they unlock the gateway to eternal life, or will they fall victim to the darkness that lurks within ancient temples? Characters are not just avatars but reflections of the seekers who dared to tread the sacred ground, their fates intertwined with the echoes of history. The thrill of battle and the sweetness of triumph resonate deeply, tapping into the universal human desire to conquer fears and embrace the unknown. Yet, the allure of Mithras doesn't fade with the flick of a page or the end of a game. It lingers, like a haunting melody that refuses to let go, reminding us of our own struggles and triumphs. The idea of a cosmic battle between good and evil resonates with those who seek purpose in a chaotic world. Each representation of Mithras, whether in the flickering shadows of a film, the rich tapestry of a novel, or the immersive landscapes of a game, evokes a sense of nostalgia for something lost yet profoundly needed. The mysteries of Mithras are not merely relics of the past. They pulse with modern relevance, drawing parallels to contemporary struggles. As society grapples with existential questions and seeks deeper connections, the resurgence of Mithraism in popular culture serves as a reminder of our shared humanity. It's a bridge that connects us to those who walked the earth centuries ago, who found solace in the same narratives that we now embrace. In an unexpected twist, a scene unfolds where a group of friends gathers around a table for a game night. Laughter fills the air, but as they unroll the game board depicting the celestial journey of Mithras, an eerie hush descends. They're transported to the very heart of the mystery, the fate of their characters intertwined with the ancient god's quest. Each roll of the dice sends shivers down their spines, a thrilling reminder that the past is never truly behind us. It lies just beneath the surface, waiting to be awakened. As the candles flicker and shadows dance, the world of Mithraism continues to resonate, a timeless echo in the tapestry of human experience. The sighs of ancient worshippers blend with the laughter of modern gamers, creating a symphony that transcends time. The stage is set for the next act, where the lines between history and fiction blur, inviting us to embrace the mysteries that linger just beyond our reach, where every story beckons with the promise of revelation and connection. The journey, intense and captivating, draws ever closer, opening the door to what lies beyond, where the next chapter waits in the wings, ready to unfold. In the flickering light of ancient rituals, the air hummed with an energy that felt almost alive, as if the very stones of the Mithraeum were woven with the whispers of mysteries long untouched by time. Here, in hidden chambers beneath the bustling streets of Rome, men gathered, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of torches, casting shadows that danced with the fervor of their shared beliefs. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, every heartbeat echoing the primal call of a faith that spoke of salvation, brotherhood, and the eternal struggle between light and darkness. Mithraism, born from the depths of ancient Persian traditions, was more than just a religion. It was a living tapestry of hope and devotion, intricately woven into the fabric of Roman society. The followers, clad in simple robes, found solace in the shared experience of ritual, their voices rising in unison as they sang hymns to Mithras, the god they believed would lead them to everlasting life. The sacred bull, the centerpiece of their ceremonies, symbolized the triumph of life over death, innocence over guilt, and light over shadow. As the knife descended in the reenactment of the Tauroctony, the faithful gasped, their hearts racing, knowing they were part of something greater, a cosmic battle where their souls would find redemption. Yet, as centuries passed, the once vibrant echoes of this secretive faith began to fade. The rise of Christianity cast a long shadow over many ancient beliefs, yet the remnants of Mithraism lingered, like ghosts wandering through time. Historians unearthed evidence of its influence. A fragment of a mural here, an inscription there, each piece a tantalizing hint of a bygone era whose allure remained compelling. The mystery shrouding Mithras continued to fascinate scholars, adventurers, and seekers of the arcane, drawing them to explore its depths. What was it about this ancient cult that endured through the ages? What hidden truths did its rituals hold, whispering to the restless souls of the modern world? Fast forward to the 19th century, when a revival of interest in esoteric traditions sparked a fresh wave of intrigue. In the candlelit rooms of dusty libraries, curious minds delved into the mythos of Mithras, eager to understand the significance of the mysteries that had captivated so many before them. They found themselves drawn to the imagery of the bull, the sun god, and the elaborate rituals that promise communion with the divine. The need for connection, for understanding the universe and one's place in it, was a timeless yearning that transcended centuries and cultures. As the 20th century dawned, the intrigue surrounding Mithraism ignited a flame in popular culture. Books, films, and art began to reference the ancient god, intertwining his legacy with the stories of the modern world. In the dimly lit corners of urban coffee houses and underground clubs, discussions about the mysteries of Mithras flourished. The themes of duality, sacrifice, and rebirth resonated with those seeking meaning in a rapidly changing society. People were hungry for the sacred, for something that felt larger than themselves. The myth of Mithras became a canvas upon which modern seekers painted their own existential quests. Yet, the fascination didn't stop there. The intricacies of Mithraism sparked a curiosity that reached into the realms of psychology, philosophy, and even the sciences. Scholars began to draw parallels between Mithraic symbols and modern psychological archetypes, exploring how these ancient beliefs mirrored the human experience. The struggle between light and darkness, a central theme in Mithras's story, resonated with the internal battles faced by individuals in their everyday lives. It was as if Mithras had become a guide, illuminating the path for those navigating the complexities of existence. And then, there were the artifacts, beautifully crafted statues, intricate mosaics, and the mesmerizing reliefs depicting the god in various guises. Each piece, a testament to the artistry and devotion of the followers, told stories that transcended time. They captured the moment when the heavens met the earth, when faith and reality intertwined. Collectors sought these artifacts, yearning to hold a piece of the divine in their hands. The allure of possessing a fragment of a faith that had once thrived in the shadows was intoxicating. Here lay the echoes of a life lived in pursuit of something profound, a life that transcended the mundane. This ongoing fascination found its way into academic circles, where rigorous investigations sought to peel back the layers of legend surrounding Mithras. Archaeologists uncovered temples buried beneath the soil, remnants of a faith that thrived in secrecy yet pulsed with life. Each discovery ignited debates. What did these findings mean for our understanding of early religious practices? Was Mithraism merely a reflection of the societies that embraced it, or did it hold deeper, universal truths? The questions lingered, tantalizing and unresolved, feeding the fire of curiosity that burned brightly among scholars and laypeople alike. As the clock ticked on, the world continued to change, yet the legacy of Mithraism remained a bridge, a connection to our past, a reminder of the eternal search for meaning. With each passing year, new enthusiasts emerged, their hearts beating in rhythm with the ancient rhythms of the rites, their spirits lifting in the quiet spaces where the echoes of the past still lingered. They sought to reclaim the mysteries that had been lost, to revive the rituals that had once brought communities together in faith and brotherhood. In a small city, a group of like-minded individuals gathered, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they shared their findings, their dreams, their desires for connection. They spoke of the cosmic battle, of the sacrifices made in the name of understanding. As they lit candles to honor the ancient god, the flickering flames danced in tandem with their aspirations. They felt the weight of history resting on their shoulders, and in that sacred space, they were not just individuals. They were a part of something much larger, a tapestry woven from the threads of time, spirit, and shared humanity. And as they exchanged stories, laughter, and hopes, a palpable energy filled the room, a reminder that the legacy of Mithraism was not just confined to the dusty pages of history. It thrummed in the very core of existence, waiting to be rediscovered, waiting to inspire once more. The ancient mystery continued to pulse just beneath the surface of modern life, a siren call echoing through the ages. The legacy of Mithraism, far from being a relic of the past, thrived in the hearts of those who sought something more, something eternal. And as the candles flickered and the shadows danced, the line between past and present blurred, leaving them on the precipice of revelation, ready to embrace whatever truths lay hidden in the flickering light. The flickering candlelight danced against the stone walls, casting shadows that whispered of ancient mysteries. A figure clad in a flowing robe stood in the center of a dimly lit room, a small gathering of devoted followers encircling him. Their faces were illuminated by the soft glow, eyes glistening with a mix of reverence and anticipation. The scent of burning incense filled the air, a fragrant reminder of rituals long forgotten, yet somehow still alive in the hearts of those present. Modern worship of Mithras, a deity whose roots stretch deep into the soil of ancient Rome, has found a curious revival in the rhythms of contemporary spirituality. Mithraism, once practiced in secretive temples known as Mithraea, has transformed into a new kind of faith, one that draws from the well of history while infusing it with the energy of modern lives. It is a tapestry woven with threads of belief, hope, and connection that reaches back into the mists of time, yet remains vibrant in today's world. These modern followers often gather in small groups, reclaiming the ancient rites and adapting them for the 21st century. They might share a meal, breaking bread in a symbolic act of communion, reminiscent of the shared feasts that once celebrated the bond between the initiates of the mystery cult. The laughter and chatter echo softly, but there is an undercurrent of seriousness among them, a recognition that they are partaking in something sacred. It is an experience that transcends time, linking them to the ancients who once worshipped Mithras beneath the earth, in the shadows of Rome. In this new iteration of Mithraism, the central myth remains unchanged. The image of Mithras slaying the bull, a scene immortalized in countless artworks from bygone eras, still serves as the cornerstone of belief. This act of cosmic significance symbolizes the triumph of light over darkness, life over death, and the eternal struggle of good against evil. Yet, the way these themes are interpreted has shifted, resonating with the concerns of modern life. Followers speak of personal transformation, of shedding old skin to embrace new beginnings, echoing the ancient promise of rebirth and renewal. One can feel the electricity in the air when the followers recite their prayers, their voices rising in unison, intertwining ancient Latin phrases with contemporary thoughts. This blend creates a profound atmosphere, a bridge connecting them to a lineage of seekers who have walked similar paths long before. The words vibrate with meaning, echoing through the ages, reminding them that they are not alone in their quest for understanding. Each chant reverberates with the power of collective intention, igniting a spark that resonates within every soul present. As the night deepens, the rituals take on a more intimate tone. Members share personal stories of their struggles and triumphs, moments where they felt the presence of Mithras guiding them. There's a vulnerability that hangs in the air, a willingness to open their hearts to one another. Tears might fall, but they are not tears of sorrow. Instead, they are tears of release, of catharsis. The sharing of burdens lightens the load, weaving an invisible thread of solidarity among the group. Each story becomes a token of trust, binding them tighter to the ancient narrative of sacrifice and salvation. Among these modern-day devotees is a woman named Clara, who found solace in Mithras after a painful separation. She walks into the gathering with a heavy heart, a weight that has shadowed her steps for too long. But as she lights her candle and joins the circle, something shifts within her. The warmth of acceptance envelopes her, and for the first time in months, she feels a flicker of hope. She listens as others share their journeys, and in their words, she catches glimpses of her own struggles. In this sacred space, she begins to reclaim the pieces of herself that had been lost in despair. The rituals culminate in a shared meditation, a moment where the barriers of time and space dissolve. Each follower closes their eyes, breathing in the scent of incense, feeling the energy of those around them. As they focus their minds, they envision Mithras, the youthfully strong figure, emerging from the shadows, a silent guardian standing watch over their lives. In this moment, they feel a profound connection not only to Mithras but to every person who has ever sought truth and meaning. It is a communion that transcends the physical realm, a collective heartbeat echoing through the ages. As the gathering draws to a close, the room pulses with energy, a dynamic mix of ancient echoes and modern-day struggles. The followers leave with more than just memories. They carry with them the essence of their shared experience, a bond that defies time. And as they step out into the night, the world feels a little more illuminated, as if each of their hearts carries a fragment of Mithras's light. But the revival of Mithraism doesn't stop at candlelit gatherings. Online communities have sprung up, where individuals from all corners of the globe come together to discuss their shared beliefs. Blogs, forums, and social media pages are filled with fiery debates and heartfelt confessions. The digital age has transformed the way people connect with the divine, allowing them to find solace in numbers, to seek out mentors and guides who echo the teachings of this ancient faith. Some modern practitioners even go so far as to incorporate Mithraism into their daily lives, celebrating the solstices and equinoxes with rituals inspired by ancient texts. They might create altars in their homes, adorned with symbols of the bull, the torch, and the serpent, each representing different aspects of the Mithraic mythos. These sacred spaces serve as reminders of their commitment, guiding them through the challenges and triumphs of everyday existence. Yet, as this new wave of Mithraism rises, it also faces scrutiny. Skeptics question the authenticity of these modern practices, wondering if they can truly capture the essence of an ancient faith. But for the followers, it's not about replicating historical accuracy. It's about finding spiritual connection and community in a world that often feels fragmented and disconnected. They seek something tangible, a thread that ties them to the past while anchoring them firmly in the present. As they navigate this path, the story of Mithras continues to evolve, adapting to the needs of those who seek solace and understanding in its embrace. And with each passing day, new initiates step forward, drawn by the magnetic pull of a mythology that has weathered the storms of time. They come seeking answers, seeking community, seeking the light that Mithras promises, and each one adds their own story to the ever-growing tapestry of Neo-Mithraism. In the dim light of an ancient temple, shadows flicker and dance along the weathered walls, etched with cryptic symbols that whisper forgotten stories. The air feels electric, charged with the weight of history. This is where myths were born, where the air quivered with the fervor of ritual. 2,000 years ago, men gathered in secret, their hearts racing as they invoked the power of Mithras, the sun god cloaked in mystery. Today, the remnants of their devotion lie buried beneath the earth, waiting for scholars to breathe life back into them. New research in Mithraic studies is on the cusp of awakening a long-dormant narrative, one that has tantalized historians and archaeologists alike. Fresh excavations in places like the ruins of Rome and the depths of Portugal are revealing stunning artifacts. Intricately carved altars, statues of Mithras slaying the bull, and hidden inscriptions that give voice to the fervent beliefs of a once thriving cult. Each of these discoveries adds a layer to the tapestry of Mithraism, suggesting a complex, rich tradition that transcended the boundaries of simple worship. Consider a newly unearthed temple, its walls adorned with vibrant frescoes depicting the god's legendary feats. Scholars stand before it, their breath caught in their throats as they visualize the rituals that once filled this sacred space. The laughter, the chants, the pulsating heartbeat of ancient rites, moments that seemed lost in time pulse back to life with every brushstroke and carving. The emotions in the air are palpable, an intoxicating blend of awe and reverence as they ponder the significance of these findings. What did it mean for the faithful to spill their blood upon the altar, to share in the communion of the sacred meal? The questions linger, echoing through the ages. With each passing year, the field of Mithraic studies grows richer, its scholars weaving together threads from archaeology, history, and religious studies. The emerging perspectives challenge conventional understandings, suggesting that Mithras was not merely a rival to Christianity, but a complex figure who offered hope and community in a time of great uncertainty. The rituals, often held in underground chambers, symbolized rebirth, a connection with the divine that resonated deeply with its adherents. What was it about the symbolism of the bull that stirred such fervor? Was it merely a sacrifice, or did it represent a cosmic struggle between light and darkness? Scholars are piecing together these mysteries, driven by a passion that ignites their very souls. As workshops unfold and conferences buzz with excitement, the voices of budding researchers rise above the din, filled with passion and urgency. Young scholars, armed with fresh eyes and innovative methodologies, are challenging outdated narratives. They are honing in on the diverse expressions of Mithraism across the Roman Empire, revealing how local customs shaped the rituals and beliefs surrounding Mithras. These voices are not just adding to the academic discourse. They are breathing new life into a tradition that has been silent for far too long. Imagine a fresh analysis of inscriptions that had been overlooked for centuries. With cutting-edge technology, scholars can now decipher once cryptic texts, revealing insights into the lives of those who worshipped Mithras. Each letter decoded feels like unearthing a lost treasure, a tantalizing clue to the spiritual lives of ancient individuals, their hopes, fears, and dreams interwoven with the fabric of their faith. The thrill of discovery hangs in the air as researchers imagine the stories behind these inscriptions, the intimate acts of devotion that once took place within these sacred spaces. The tension mounts as interdisciplinary collaboration flourishes. Historians, archaeologists, and theologians unite in a quest for understanding, each bringing unique insights that illuminate the shadows of the past. They challenge each other, pushing boundaries, asking tough questions that provoke thought and reflection. What if Mithraism was not just a hierarchical religion, but a diverse and adaptive community that thrived on the fringes of society? What if the rituals were not merely performative but created profound personal transformations for the initiates? The air crackles with anticipation as scholars gather in dim lecture halls, the glow of projector screens illuminating eager faces. Each presentation reveals new data, fresh interpretations, and unexpected connections. The audience leans forward, hearts racing, as the implications of these findings unfold. Could Mithraism have shared philosophical commonalities with Gnostic traditions? What role did women play in the mysteries? Every revelation opens new doors, and the excitement is contagious. A pulsating rhythm that refuses to let go. The emotional weight of this emerging field is not just in its discoveries, but in what they reveal about the human experience. The stories of those who worshipped Mithras cut through time, bridging the gap between ancient and modern. The longing for community, the search for meaning, the desire for connection with the divine. These themes resonate deeply, reminding us that the past is not a distant land but a living part of our collective consciousness. As the sun sets over the temple ruins, casting long shadows that stretch like fingers grasping for understanding, an undeniable truth emerges. Mithraic studies is not just an academic pursuit. It is a heartfelt exploration of what it means to be human, a journey that digs into the very essence of faith and belief. The future is bright, with passionate voices rising to reclaim the narratives of those who came before. The excitement for what lies ahead fuels a collective anticipation, a promise that the mysteries of Mithras are far from resolved. The echoes of the past are calling, urging the next generation to listen, to interpret, to feel. With every new discovery, new questions emerge, weaving a continuous thread that connects past and present. There is no finality here, only an ever-evolving dialogue, a living pulse that keeps the spirit of Mithras alive. As the embers of ancient rituals flicker in the minds of researchers, the future of Mithraic studies beckons, its potential as vast as the night sky, waiting for those brave enough to reach for the stars. In the shadowy corners of ancient Rome, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a flickering torch illuminated the faces of men gathered in hushed reverence. They were bound by an unyielding pact, forged beneath the earth itself, where the air was thick with the scent of incense and the weight of ritual. This was no ordinary gathering. It was a clandestine assembly of the followers of Mithras, the enigmatic god whose mysteries captivated the hearts and minds of the Roman Empire. The flickering flames danced like whispered secrets, revealing only fragments of the truth that lay hidden in the darkness. What drove these men, cloaked in secrecy, to seek the favor of a deity whose very essence was shrouded in shadows? The cult of Mithras, with its intricate rites and enigmatic symbols, held a magnetic pull that transcended the ordinary, igniting a fervor in its devotees. A bull lay dead at the altar, its blood soaking the ground, a visceral reminder of the sacrifice that was central to their faith. This act, a cosmic drama where life and death intertwined, spoke of themes that echoed throughout humanity: rebirth, the struggle against chaos, and the pursuit of eternal life. But still, the deeper meanings eluded many, leaving a tantalizing mystery in its wake. Each initiation was shrouded in ritual, a passage into a world beyond the mundane. The candidates, stripped of their past identities, emerged from the darkness of a cave, reborn into a new existence. The air crackled with anticipation as they stood before the altar, their hearts racing in tandem with the rhythmic pulse of the sacred drum. They felt the weight of eyes upon them, eyes that belonged to both their fellow initiates and the unseen presence of Mithras himself. It was a moment of transformation, an electric surge of emotion that surged through them, binding them to each other and to the divine. Yet, the very nature of the cult puzzled scholars and historians. Why did Mithras, a figure born in the far reaches of Persia, find such fervent followers in the bustling streets of Rome? Clues lay scattered like leaves in the wind, hinting at a deeper connection, a recognition of the human struggle against the unknown. Some believed Mithras embodied the ideals of strength and courage, an archetype that resonated with soldiers and merchants alike, offering them solace in a world rife with uncertainty. Others speculated that the mysteries surrounding his rites provided a sense of belonging, a familial bond that transcended social class and status. As the cult grew, so did the intrigue. Temples dedicated to Mithras sprang up, adorned with elaborate frescoes depicting the god slaying the bull. These vibrant images captivated the imagination of those who gazed upon them, drawing them into a narrative that spoke of cosmic battles and the triumph of light over darkness. Each temple was a sanctuary, a sacred space where the faithful could congregate, share in the mystery, and reaffirm their commitment to the divine. Yet, the very allure of these spaces only deepened the questions. What drove this insatiable desire for connection? What secrets lingered beneath the surface of the rituals, waiting to be unearthed? The Roman Empire, with all its splendor and might, was no stranger to change. As Christianity began to rise, the cult of Mithras faced a formidable challenge. Yet, even as the tides shifted, the enduring allure of Mithras could not be easily extinguished. The stories of trials and triumphs persisted, echoing in the hearts of those who clung to the ancient ways. What was it about this god that could draw men into the depths of night, seeking illumination in the shadows? The mystery only deepened, igniting debates and discussions that transcended generations. Amidst the ruins of temples and the fragments of ancient texts, the mystery of Mithras continued to breathe. Archaeologists unearthed altars and relics, each artifact a window into a past that still whispered its secrets. The inscriptions, often cryptic and laden with symbolism, fueled the imagination of modern seekers, their hearts racing at the prospect of unearthing the meaning behind the rituals. Every new discovery sent ripples through the academic world, as scholars pieced together the puzzle, yet the complete image remained tantalizingly out of reach. In the shadows of history, one must wonder about the men who once gathered in those dimly lit chambers. What hopes did they carry in their hearts? What fears? The flicker of the torchlight mirrored their inner struggles, illuminating a path fraught with uncertainty. The bond of brotherhood they forged in those dark corners offered a refuge, a source of strength amid the chaos of the world around them. They sought not just the favor of Mithras, but also the assurance that they were part of something greater, something eternal. As the fire crackled, casting shadows that danced upon the walls, one could almost feel the weight of their collective longing. They yearned for answers to questions that transcended the ages. What lies beyond the veil of death? Is there life after life? The rituals they embraced were not merely acts of devotion. They were a quest for understanding, a desperate search for peace in a world marked by turmoil and uncertainty. The cult of Mithras, in its intricate web of rituals and beliefs, emerged as a mirror to the human soul, a reflection of the eternal struggle between light and darkness, life and death. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the flickering torchlight seemed to beckon the lost, the curious, the seekers of truth. Each flame danced with the fervor of dreams unmet and hopes unfulfilled, whispering tales of the past while hinting at the mysteries yet to unfold. And as the night deepened, the air thickened with anticipation, as if the very essence of Mithras lingered just beyond the edge of understanding, waiting patiently for the next chapter to be written. A chapter where the shadows would continue to dance and the heart of the mystery would beat on through the ages.